Feel free to interrupt me, to ask questions of each other. It is an honor to be speaking with you both. Let's see if we can get, if you can see the former Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern. Hello, Jacinda. Yes.
Kia ora and hello. Hopefully the technology is working.
We hear you. Yay. Okay, let me toss. I can see you here. Let me toss the first question. You know, I talked a lot about, I'm going to start with the women leaders, being a woman leader. You talked about pragmatic idealism. You know, how did you shape that, and how has that given you the courage to make these difficult decisions that I had mentioned beforehand?
And look, you know, you could pick any agenda item in this tumultuous period of time in which leaders are leading and being asked to govern. And I would say that, in my mind, one of the most important approaches is to always set out your destination, you know, be it the technological, rapid technological development that we face, or climate challenges, or issues of inequality. It's very easy to get caught up in the day-to-day of what it is that needs to be resolved with each of these issues. But I think it's incredibly important that we still signpost to our public and to our citizens what the end destination is. And pragmatic idealism, in my mind, is being ambitious in that signaling. Set out your overall goal, but then be pragmatic about the time it may take or the steps that you may take along the way. Now, of course, we'll get into a discussion around the rapid technological development that we're experiencing now and how difficult it is to set out an endpoint when we really don't know. So in that set of circumstances, I'd say it's probably more important that we set out our values on that journey and the things that we'll seek to uphold in an environment of extreme uncertainty.
Great, we'll come back. Carolyn, let me toss a similar question to you. I mean, you're helping lead through an extremely tumultuous time. Ukraine, Hungary, through here, all of the different issues that you've had to handle. How do you maintain, how do you deal with these difficult decisions?
Well, first of all, good morning, and thank you so much, Maria, for organizing this. It's really a big honor for me to sit on the same panel, even if you're not here, Jacinda, with you. You are really also a role model for women, and it's a pleasure that I have the impression I'm getting also a role model by hearing what you said about me. So I would say you can break it down with a joke, which is, of course, only a joke, but this goes the following. The last 2,000 years, the world has been ruled by men. The next 2,000 years, the world will be ruled by women. It can only get better. But this is not the end of the story, because we are living in a very diverse world. We are living in a challenging world, and I think we need both, the approach of women and of men. But the difference is, and Jacinda already mentioned, being ambitious is something very important, that we women are judged and seen in a different way. If you are ambitious as a woman, you're the pushy one. You're the one you want to get the position of a man, and so on and so forth. And I think what we as a society have to learn is that we need both ways of seeing the world. And we women can make a difference, because we are giving birth. We are mothers. We are really perceiving the life. And I think this is also why we are different than men, and that's good. There's nothing bad in it, and especially in times like that, you mentioned a few of the crises we are still going through, it's very important to have both ways of seeing the world, both assessments of female and male. And one last thing, I think we women are still not that good than men in making better networks, in holding together, in encouraging ourselves. And that's why I founded a conference last year in August in Salzburg, which is called The Next Generation is Female. And it's not about things against men. It's with the support of strong men. And it's really for female leaders in Europe to get together, to network, to exchange themselves, and to have personal chains also, and encourage ourselves, because it's not easy, and we will go into details also regarding hatred in the internet and being judged as a woman.
And that's where we'll go. You know, for the men, I hope you find this as inclusive. Part of the reason I started this way is because the attacks against women online are literally off the scale. When I talk to reporters who are, in some instances, covering male leaders who are misogynist, their editors tell them, you know, buckle up. It's not our problem. But I think one of the things that we want to lay out is that it is a problem of the technology, it is an incitement of the technology, and it is knocking women's voices out of the public debate. Let me bring it back to what exactly we're talking about, the technology that is shaping our world today. And one of the most interesting things Jacinda Ardern did was a very strong reaction to the live streaming of a terrorist attack. It was the first time that a government literally asked all news organizations around the world to take out the name of the attacker. So this was, I was surprised when we got this, but when we thought about it, I was like, oh, well, that kind of makes sense. But also to try to deal with taking down this footage from all around the world. Jacinda, you've pointed to the Christchurch initiative as a multi-stakeholder solution for eliminating terrorist and extremist content online. What did it succeed in doing, and where can you see that moving forward, given the landscape we're working in today?
Thank you. A really big question, but I hope that there are some useful lessons to be learned, where we've succeeded, where we have more work to do. So I assume that a number of people in the room will have a bit of prior knowledge about the Christchurch Call to Action, which is over 150 now strong, with member organisations made up of, and supporters made up of, the likes of government, civil society, and technology membership and platforms. But taking a step back, why did we create this grouping in the first place? Well, as you say, on the 15th of March in 2019, we experienced a horrific domestic terror attack against our Muslim community. It was live streamed on Facebook for a total of 17 minutes and then subsequently uploaded a number of times over the following days. It was just prolific. People were encountering it without seeking it. And you're right to acknowledge that in some cases it was in people's feeds because it was being reposted by news outlets or referenced by news outlets. Now, in the aftermath of that, of course, New Zealanders had a very strong reaction. You know, this should never have been able to happen. But now that it's happened to us, what can we do to try and prevent it happening again? And we took an approach that was not just about how do we address the fact that live streaming itself became a platform for this horrific attack, because if we just focused on that, that's a relatively narrow brief. And we know that the tools that are used for violent extremism or by violent extremists or terrorists online, they're going to change. Live streaming was a tool at that time. The response was ill-coordinated by other tech platforms for a number of reasons. So work needed to be done there, yes, but we also wanted to make sure that we were ready and fit for purpose should other new forms of technology be the order of the day for those violent extremists. So the Christchurch Call to Action has a number of objectives. Some of them are things like creating a crisis response model so that we are able to stand up quickly should anything like this occur again. And we have not seen at the scale and magnitude of Christchurch online since then. And that's in part because we now have this almost civil defence model. But we also said, how does someone become radicalised in the first place? Acknowledging that in our case, the terrorists involved acknowledged themselves that they believe themselves to have been radicalised by YouTube. Now, you know, people will debate whether or not they believe that to be the case, but regardless, there were questions there to be asked around what we can do as governments within our own societies, but also to better understand these pathways. You know, what is curated, how is curated content and algorithmic outcomes driving particular behaviour online? So we've got a large piece of work now looking at understanding that better. And these, I think, are areas where our learnings will be hugely beneficial much more broadly.
That's fantastic. Let me follow up with that, which is, you know, last week or I guess a week and a half or so ago, I taught a class with Hillary Clinton and the dean of SIPA, Karen Yari-Millo, where we looked at the radicalism that comes with the virulent ideology of terrorism, right? How that radicalizes people. But one of the things we did in the class was to show how similar it is with what we are going through now on a larger scale with political extremism. Are there any lessons from the Christchurch approach and the pillars that you've created, how to deal with radicalization, for example, that we can learn to combat the polarization we're dealing with globally?
Good question. Yeah, where I come at it from is our starting point was, how did this individual become so radicalized that they were driven to fly to our country, embed themselves in a community, and then plan an attack against our Muslim community and take 51 lives? How is it that that can happen, and what can we do to prevent it? And now the learnings from that may be applicable across a range of different areas and a range of different sources of motivation and rationales, whatever they may happen to be presented by the individual. But one common denominator that we determined was that despite the ideology that might be driving the behavior, was that we couldn't actually answer some of these questions because so often there would be this issue around, well, privacy, intellectual property. It was very hard to get an insight into how, for instance, algorithms might be driving some of this behavior, if indeed it is. And so we took a step back and thought over time, pulled together a group of individuals, as in governments and platforms, who were willing to put funding into creating a privacy enhancing tool which will enable researchers to look at the data that we need to look at in order to understand these pathways. And that will enable researchers across a range of fields to better understand that user journey and that curated content, help understand what successful off-ramps look like, and I hope further prevent this kind of radicalization online.
No, that's a perfect example. And Caroline, you were in the EU. The EU has been ahead, and data being one of the key factors for how we're able to see the patterns and trends that influence behavior. I mean, could you tell us about the EU's approach to its Democracy Action Plan, and then now rolling out the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act?
Well, I think at times like this, we should do everything in parallel. And there are so many crises and so many challenges we should find an answer for, that it is really quite hard to do so. But I really think that the European Union is, regarding the AI Act, ahead. And if I'm saying ahead, I mean we are, of course, lacking back, because we should have been quicker. But the developments were so quick in the last 2 years, I would say, that it is normal like that. So now we are really trying to do something regarding the AI, to have a framework for AI, to have a classification of the risks of AI. And I think that is something very important, to classify the risks, because there are some applications, they do not harm us. We need them, I don't know, for some spam filters. It's not doing a risk. But on the other hand, we have AI which is really harming the whole of our society. And this is the one thing. The other thing is that we already have the DSA and the DMA in the European Union. And I can proudly say that we in Austria were pushing that a lot. And we already started a process in 2020 to have a legal framework in Austria. And it was, I would say, now I put it diplomatically, I had a lot of discussions also with the European level, because they were not happy that we wanted to have an Austrian legal framework for that. But I knew that it will last for at least 2 years to create it in the European Union. And we were really quicker in Austria. We had the Communications Platform Act set into place from the 1st of January 2021. And this is something where the social media platforms have to deal with that issue. They have to do reports. They have to set up they had to set up a system where someone who has hatred in the internet can push a button and say, this is against me, do something, delete it now, because it's going around the world very quickly, and you as a victim should be helped in the minute it comes across. So now we have the DSA and the DMA, and of course we have to reveal our legislation, but this was also my goal, to have first the national level, then the European, and now I'm here as a member of the leadership panel and really try to create something for the universe. So this is for the whole international community, and this is something which is not easy, because of course different governments coming from different standpoints have different assessments of the situation. But in general, it's about human beings treating and have the need to treat this big thing of danger also for our whole society, as Jacinda also said, and as we saw in her country with this really horrifying terrorist attack.
No, that's from the data from the Philippines that we've looked at and analyzed. In the Nobel Lecture in 2021, I called social media, the tech companies, behavior modification systems. And I will tweet the data that shows that, as well as the impact we saw in our society. So let me ask our two leaders, for social media, the first time that machine learning and artificial intelligence was really allowed to insidiously manipulate humanity at scale. You're talking about, at that point, maybe 3.2 billion, right? Deployed at scale across platforms, because it doesn't just stay in one. There was a lot of public debate and a lot of lobbying money that was focused around downstream solutions, right? The way I think about it is, there's a factory of lies. I mean, you would have seen this already, that is spewing lies into our information ecosystem, the river. And what we tend to focus on in the public is content moderation. Content moderation is like taking a glass of water from the river, cleaning it up, and then dumping it back into the river. So, how can we move away from these downstream solutions like content moderation, more into structural problems like design? The fact that MIT in 2018 said lies spread 6 times faster on these technology platforms than really boring facts. So that design allowed surveillance for profit, right? A business model that we didn't name until Shoshana Zuboff wrote a book called Surveillance Capitalism in 2019. That just meant that we were retrofitting, we were reacting to the problems after they materialized. Now that we're in the age of generative AI, I wonder how we can avoid being reactive. Why should the harm come first before we protect the people here? I know it's a tough question to throw at you, but let me give you an example, for example, of like the pharmaceutical industry. There was a COVID vaccine that we were all looking for. Like, imagine if the pharmaceutical companies didn't have to first test it, that they could test it in public. So this group A, I'm going to give you vaccine A, and this group here, I'm going to give you vaccine B. Oh, group A, I'm so sorry, you died. I only say that because it is exactly what happened in Myanmar, for example, where both the UN and Meta sent teams to study genocide in Myanmar. So can we do anything to prevent these types of harms happening? And Caroline first, or Jacinda? Caroline.
Well, I would say the first thing is to raise the awareness, to take it as it is, to raise the awareness, and to allow people education and give them skills to deal with that. The second thing, and this is what we are trying to do, we are doing that also in the leadership panel, is to set some legal framework in place. And I would say it should be a regulation that is not hindering innovation, because we know that the developments are quick, they are needed, and they can be used for the best of us. But we have to learn to handle them and also to handle the downsides. And now it's said like very easily, put some legal framework in place, But it's not so easy, because I'm sure that we will lag behind also in the future. And I sometimes compare that with my former profession as a criminal judge. As a criminal judge, you're sitting at the courtroom, but you never have all the information the perpetrator has. And you're always behind. But you, in the end, have to deal with it, and you can deal with that. And I think that's the same approach we have to use in the regard of new technologies of AI and all the things coming along. And we already proved that it is possible to do so with the DSA and the DMA, and before with the legal framework we put in place in Austria, because maybe two more sentences to that. When I started the process in 2020, and when I invited the social media platforms to get into a dialogue with me about hatred in the internet and what we can do against it, and that we want to put up a legal framework from the parliamentarian side, because we as democracies are represented by the parliamentarians and we are ruled by governments, they said, oh no, you don't have to do that, because we are so good in handling the hatred in the internet. We are deleting all the hate postings and so on. We don't need a legal framework from the national state or from, I don't know, the EU. And now we have it. And now I think almost all of them are quite okay with them. Let's put it like that. And we are now in a process also here in Tokyo. We were in Addis Ababa, getting into an exchange, exchanging our experiences and also the expectations of society. And this is a good development.
Oh, fantastic. Jacinda, your thoughts? Upstream solutions for generative AI.
And look here, you know, I think that sentiment that you shared in instigating this part of the conversation around how do we put in place guardrails before the fact, this has to be, I think, one of our key take-homes over the last, you know, 10 years or more. And I think we're naturally seeing, I think, a hesitancy or a skepticism in the public as a result of the fact that we've been retrofitting solutions to try and prevent harms after the fact. Pew released some research, I believe it was recently, demonstrating that roughly half of people are quite negative about the relative benefits of AI, and those who know more are even more negative. Now, in part, that will be because we are talking so much about the potential harms, and there isn't that same emphasis on the opportunities that exist. But I also think it speaks to the experience in recent times of the public and the fact that this is, you know, it's relatively rare to have a field of work where just because you can, you do, as in we have the ability to develop this tech, and so we push ahead, even though there are those who are flagging risks and flagging harm. What I'm an optimist though, and I think what I find really encouraging is that we are having these open conversations around the concerns that exist, and included in those conversations are those who are at the forefront of the tech itself. And this is where I come back to the fact that I, as a past regulator, I am not in the best position to tell you precisely the prescription for those guardrails, but I can tell you in my experience the best methodology to developing them. And that in my mind will always be in this fast-paced environment, not to solely take a regulatory approach, although it's an incredibly important part of the mix, but because of the rapid pace in which we see these technologies developed. And you know, the multiple, I think, intersections and perspectives we need at the table, that a multi-stakeholder approach that includes companies, government, and civil society is incredibly important. And you know, in my mind, that is, even if I can't give you the prescription, I absolutely believe that will be the how. One other thing I did not anticipate when we set up the Christchurch Call to Action and when we convened a group of that nature was the fact that the companies themselves created a natural tension amongst themselves. Those who were willing to do the least were pulled up by those who were willing to do the most. There was full exposure over, you know, those issues where they might have said previously in a one-on-one, that's not possible. You got a tension there where others they knew that it wasn't possible just to speak to a regulator as though they were unfamiliar with the tech or with the parameters they were operating within, because they were in a room with those who did understand. And I think that's particularly important in an area where this is so fast-paced. It is highly technical. we need that tension, I think, in the room as well. The final thing I'd say is there are opportunities here. AI may well help us in some areas where we have previously struggled with some of those existing issues that we might have been spoken to around content moderation, social media, and so on. And naturally, so many of these things just collide in these conversations. And so we should keep looking for those opportunities. But I, for one, am always one to take a risk-based approach, and I'll always look for the guardrails.
Fantastic. So I'm going to ask one more question, and then if you have questions, please just go to the microphones. We're coming up on the last 20 minutes. So this last one, so we've tackled the first contact with AI. We've looked at generative AI, and yes, the EU's doctrine on the AI. There's lots of doctrines that have been pushed out already. But let's talk about the use of AI in law enforcement and surveillance. The concerns that have been raised about civil liberties, about privacy. What guardrails can we put in place to protect human rights? And I'm going to toss that first to Jacinda.
Yeah, this is where we should not be starting from scratch. Liberal democracy should pull from the toolkit of human rights, privacy. These are well-established rules and norms. Now, if indeed there is any nuance in that discussion for any particular area, and often it should be relatively black and white, but if there is any nuance in the discussion, that is where civil society, in my mind, has to be at the table. And again, not to harp on about the importance of the multi-stakeholder approach, but let's first and foremost not forget that we have well-established human rights practices, privacy laws, and this should be our fallback position. Any question mark over that, then civil society alongside government should be really a good pressure point in those conversations.
And this is where I would encourage civil society to come up stronger. We must, because the use of Pegasus and Predator, the increasing conflicts all around us. Caroline, the same question to you. What guardrails can we also put?
Well, I fully second what Jacinda said. I don't think that we have to invent the wheels newly. There is already a human rights-based order in the world, even if we see, especially since February last year, that some are really disobeying everything we concluded to follow. But coming back to the internet and technology side, I think we have to guarantee a rules-based approach in this regard. And I also fully second that AI and all the other technologies can be used and are already used to the best of all of us. Think of the medicines. They are used for operations. They can do it much more precisely than a human person could ever do it. And this helps us, of course. And also in the law enforcement, you asked. I recently heard a presentation also in Austria before lawyers and barristers, and it was also told that in the future, of course, law firms will use AI in finding the judgments, in structuring the knowledge quicker. But the question is, to which point will we go? Will in the end be there a judge, not a judge, but some technology sitting and deciding if someone has to be sent to prison or not? So this is really where we should draw a line. And this is what we are trying within the European Union with the AI Act to structure the risks of AI. And I really do think that this is the way we could guarantee that these technologies are used for the best of us. And of course, we also have to be clear, there is always a downside. But let's handle these downsides, and then it's better for all of us.
Great. The mic is open for any questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Am I? Do I have a, okay.
Please
hi,
say your name and then to whom you want to throw the question.
I'm Larry Magid, and I'm the CEO of Connect Safely, and I guess I'm here for some advice, because we are writing a parents and educator guide to generative AI. And we've got a journalist here, we've got a couple of politicians who are really good at talking to the general public. So how would you address parents, educators, people who don't have a technical knowledge of what GAI is, to reassure them that it's probably not the end of the world, at least initially, but also warn them that there are significant risks and focus a little bit on what they can do within their own families and classrooms to mitigate the risk for those people, for the kids and themselves. Thank you.
Caroline, you want to take it?
Well, I think it's true. The reality is sometimes that children are explaining the parents how to use the phone, or they are not doing so, and they are simply using their phones and doing things the parents didn't want them to do with the phones. So I think it's also something we as governments have to try to put into some legislation, or let's say information campaigns, to get the knowledge and the skills to the people. And this is, of course, a big challenge, because we have to also train elder people, because they used these things, but there is, again, always a downside of it. And this is something we can only do together. We had some campaigns also in Austria, and some trainings for elder people, and we had a lot of discussions also how to train parents. I don't have the answer how to do, but I think this is the way forward, to exchange also our experiences in different countries, what works and how it can work.
Great, thank you.
This is such a good question. You know, I was in the generation that really sat in that really interesting transition point where, you know, we went from being students who were taught how to use the Dewey Decimal System to find a book in a library. And once you'd figured out how to find in a book in a library, you had found your fact and your resource. To then being in a period where we were, of course, inundated with the ability to seek information at our fingertips. But we weren't really taught, I think, as successfully that what we then found on that shelf might not necessarily be the fact that we thought we were finding before. And the way that I had a history teacher who was extremely influential for me growing up, who described it as going from a hose to a fire hydrant for kids. So regardless of the particular tech at any given time, be it generative AI or whatever else we may encounter in the future, I would hope that we teach our kids to be curious, not cynical, but curious. And now the tools that we have may be giving the impression that we're going from a fire hydrant back down to a really well-refined hose. But that water has been derived from a particular source in a particular way. And we need to teach kids just to be curious about that, to go back, not just from the information in front of them, but think a couple of layers back and think critically in a couple of layers back. So I would sum it up with just curiosity in everything. I think that is going to help us with this, with the age of disinformation, with the rapid technological change, and I hope create a generation that is not cynical as a result.
Fantastic.
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael. I'm the Executive Director of the Forum on Information and Democracy.
Hi, Michael.
It's very intimidating to be in front of greatness, but I'll try to ask a good question. One of the themes I've heard today, and yesterday in fact, was the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach to finding solutions. And my question is specifically around the participation of civil society. It's very easy for governments to show up. It's very easy for companies to show up, particularly in an environment where pay-to-play is so pervasive, where you pay a few $100,000, your CEO can show up and speak at an event, you can host a session and a panel, you can capture the narrative. It's not so easy for civil society. You can't just buy a business class ticket and get on a plane the next day and show up at an event. So if we're going to really advance a multi-stakeholder approach, what are some solutions to ensure civil society, especially those from the Global South, can participate effectively?
I like the Global South. Let's, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I can only say we try really to include civil society, and I think also the understanding is there that we can tackle these problems and issues only together. not the government alone, not the parliamentarians alone, not the civil society, not the tech enterprises, but only we as a civil society together, and I really mean all of us, including the government. And we are doing that in Austria also. I give you an example for the implementation of the SDGs. I will go back on Wednesday and we'll have the 3rd dialogue forum on SDGs, where we really invite also the civil society to contribute, to tell us what they are doing. And this is the same here. You can't do it bottom down, you can only do it bottom up.
Jacinda, and then after Michael's question, let's take 3 questions, and then we can give it to both of them. Jacinda, your response to that?
Firstly, I was actually going to say, Marie, that you would be a really good person to speak to this yourself. So maybe you should have a punt at the question. My very brief contribution would be that, Michael, I totally agree with you. Early on in the call, most of my interactions were, with civil society at the table, because that was what we were building. We wanted to be a structure with civil society. We're at the table. As you say, there are some real practical things to overcome in creating a network of that nature. There are, and they may well be in the room, I can't see the room, but if anyone from our Christchurch call network is there, I'd ask them to give a quick raise of their hand and just to share at some point, whenever it's appropriate, their experience. We certainly have learned as we've gone over the last 4 years around how we can make it easier, that at a practical level and meaningful, that engagement. But the fact we are still going, and I think it is still seen as a valuable network, I hope means we're doing some things right, but also learning as we go, because we're not perfect. But I'd hand back to you, dear moderator.
Thanks, Jacinda. I mean, Michael, there are these times when civil society comes together. We have coming up the Paris Peace Forum coming in. Over the last few years, that's been one way that we've been able to get civil society together, but frankly, not enough, I think, and there are many different groups, like Tallinn in Estonia has just handed over the Open Government Partnership to Kenya, right? There are all these different groups that are working together, partly some on past problems that could evolve to take on the, I'm a journalist, so information is power. And that is, to me, the top problem. If we do not solve the corruption of the information ecosystem, we cannot solve anything, let alone climate change, right? Let's take 3 questions, and then our leaders can answer. Please.
Good morning, Svetlana Zenz, Article 19. I work on the program which actually engage civil society talking to tech sector. My main countries are China, Vietnam, and Myanmar. Yeah. So the question is the following. I mean, all the European initiatives regarding controlling and, let's say, monitoring the private sector, especially ICT sector, working in European territories are great. And of course, it's a human rights centric. I mean, some of the CSOs in Europe might not agree with me, but in comparison with Myanmar, for instance, there are very good points to follow. So my question is that all that private sector, which is regulated in Europe, especially with the Digital Act or Digital EA Act, how would you monitor their actions in the countries with authoritarian regimes?
Great.
Thank you.
Hiya, I'm Viet Vu from the dais in Toronto Metropolitan University. Maria, we had you in March at our Democracy Exchange and on Democracy in Power, and so it's related to that. How do you square the fact that much of the people who are most susceptible to misinformation and disinformation are the kind of people who lack fundamental trust in structures and institutions? I'm sure there are strange conspiracies about what we're doing in this room today. How do you reach those people?
Great. Lack trust. And we'll take one more.
Yes, I hope it's not too big of a question, but we are being told as humanity that privacy and safety cannot coexist in the online world. We are being told that because the technology is the way it is, and because we are faced with design choices that they currently exist, privacy cannot be absolute if there is any consideration of safety, and safety cannot be guaranteed to anybody because we have to really care about privacy. My question to you is, how can we take a step back and think about human rights and start from there and then think about design choices, instead of ending up, to be honest, in very stupid debates about like little technology choices, or little technology bits and pieces that we need to be working on to overcome challenges and get to the place where we can have both. We really need your help as thought leaders, so any thoughts about that would be really welcome.
Fantastic. Let me toss it, Jacinda, you first, Caroline, and then I'll pick up some of the questions too.
Yeah, I'll track through the last two. I'll leave the first one to others. Just starting on that last one around the safety debate and the privacy debate. You know, I shared very briefly one experience we had with that, but it persisted for years because as I said with the Christchurch call, for instance, we didn't want to just look at downstream, we wanted to go upstream, we wanted to look at, you know, those things that may be contributing to radicalization. Algorithm outcomes kept coming up, privacy then kept coming up. Well, we've then demonstrated with the establishment of this tool that you can overcome that debate. It did take some resource to establish this tool, but the Christchurch Call Initiative on Algorithmic Outcomes, which now has researchers who are now in real time accessing what previously we were told was information for privacy reasons we would not be able to get to. Now, the next step for us will be demonstrating that that research can prove valuable, and then saying to the social media companies, well, this is what we're learning now, what are we going to do about it? So that, I think, will be the critical next step. But the learning for me there is there are ways. It took too long, though. That was 4 years that it took us to really overcome that issue. But I hope that that gives some encouragement that we are pushing past that, and sometimes that creative tension I talked about in the room with other tech companies is really helpful for those debates. The second issue that, you know, right, hitting the nail on the head, what do we do about those who are susceptible to disinformation? You know, we've seen what it can do to liberal democracies when that is writ large. We've had some very recent examples in a number of countries, and it is devastating. Here I track back again. Now, there are those who are doing research on this, I believe, and particularly the likes of Colombia, which are tracking back to look at what are the common themes that we're seeing in those who are most susceptible. But instincts will probably tell us quite a lot as well. And if you've got an inherent distrust of the state, probably at some point the state's failed you in some form. Now, that's a generalization. But if there's a general view that your economic position in life is influenced by the state and you're in a lower socioeconomic category and you're disenfranchised, or you've had an experience with the state, for instance, where at some point you've been in their care, these are some of the features that we see, and of course educational attainment as well. Now, we need to track back then as governments think about what we can do to re-establish that trust in institutions, and it means by actually delivering for our people as they expect us to. It's as simple as that. When it comes down to the one-on-one, I've tried to have conversations with people who are deep in conspiracy, and it is an incredibly demoralizing experience. That's why I will always go back to the beginning. How do we stop people falling in the first place?
Caroline.
Well, I would like to start with the second question, because I think that's the main question for us as politicians. How can we gain trust again in institutions, in governments, in democracy as such? And I would say this is also the most difficult question to be answered. We are living in challenging times. This was mentioned already several times, and people are tired of crisis, and they want to believe easy solutions. And this is really our problem. But democracy is a hard work every day, and we have to fight for the trust of the people on a daily basis. So this is the only thing we can do, and we all have to be aware of the fact that you normally cannot find a solution which is beloved by everyone. So there will always be a certain amount of people, a group or something like that, you can name it, who is not happy with the decision. But democracy means that we find majorities, and this is something which was clear in the past, and now it's not so clear. And one of the reasons is that, and this is also going to the first question, that you can find misinformation, disinformation in the internet, that you find your group only echoing your opinion, and this is really something we found out, especially during the COVID pandemic, that is nearly impossible to get people out of such chambers if they are in these, in their opinions and surrounded by people who have the same opinion. So what we try to do is to regulate things in Europe, and we would like to be a role model also for the world. That's why I'm very happy that I'm part of the leadership panel and that I can contribute also from my experiences in Austria, but also at the European level. And again, we are not at the end at this story. And regarding this third point, privacy versus safety, I think we need both of them. And it's always a challenge, and it has always been a challenge to guarantee human rights. You always have the situation that the human right of the one person ends where the human right of the other person is infringed. And this is something we have to do on a daily basis, and what I did as a criminal judge in the courtroom on a daily basis. If someone wants to demonstrate, he can of course do that. But this right ends when the body of, I don't know, another person or a policeman is injured. And also here you have to find the balance, and this is what we have to do. So I would not be that pessimistic than the person, I think it was a woman, who put the question to me that we can do both. We have to do both.
Jacinda has a hard stop at the top of the hour. So let me quickly answer, and then I want to ask Jacinda for her last thoughts before we let you go, Jacinda. So the quick answer, the first question, the weakness of institutions in the global south, and the countries that you mentioned are the countries where we have seen the regression of democracy, right? And yes, in countries with authoritarian leaders, most of the time they are using this technology to retain and to gain more power. How do we deal with that? We can talk about that more after the panel. The second one, the cognitive bias that you mentioned, it is there, but frankly, smart people think that they're immune from the behavior modification aspects of information warfare or information operations. We are all susceptible, and sometimes the smarter you are, the harder you fall, right? This is a problem. I think it's a problem for leaders. It is a problem for our shared reality. This is the reason why I have spoken out a lot more about the dangers, because without a shared reality, we cannot do anything together. Finally, the last one. Oh my God, I love your question, because privacy by design, trust and safety by design. When the tech companies say that they cannot, it just means they won't, because there is no regulation, no law, no civil society pressure to demand it. We deserve better. Let me throw it back to Jacinda Ardern for her closing thoughts.
Oh, look, I think that you've traversed a set of issues that are confronting, I think, all of us in different ways, and cut across a range of other incredibly serious and important issues. How do you tackle climate change unless you have a shared reality around the problem definition? The degree to which we see information integrity issues playing out in geostrategic issues, the fact that they're coupled with what would be considered traditional forms of warfare. There is a polycrisis, and at every level of that polycrisis, we see this extra layer of the challenges presented by technological developments that we've seen in recent times. But I'm an optimist, and I'm an optimist because in the worst of times, I've been exposed to the ability of humans to design solutions and rapidly adapt and implement solutions, ultimately, for the most part, to protect humanity. And we have that within our capability. We need to empower those who are specifically focused on doing that, who are dedicating themselves to it, often at great sacrifice. We need to support regulators who are focused on doing that, and we need to continue to just rally one another in what is an incredibly difficult space. So my final note to those in the room who are working in these areas, I acknowledge you in the work you do. It is incredibly tough going, but you are in the right place at the right time, and your grandchildren will thank you for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacinda Ardern. Caroline, your thoughts?
Well, I can only second what Jacinda said. Your grandchildren will thank you one day, because it's the time now to create the future. And these challenging and crucial times need all of us. And I'm coming back what I already said. We cannot do it alone as governments. We cannot leave it to the tech enterprises. We cannot do it as politicians, no matter where you serve. We need all of us. We need to change society, to be aware of the challenges ahead and stay optimistic. I really would like to conclude by stay optimistic. I think thinking back and learning from history, normally it took about 100 years to get used to a new technology. And we are talking about the internet, and we have got father of the internet, Windsurf, as our chair in the leadership panel, and he invented the internet about 50 years ago. So we are halfway. It's the right time to set the legislation for the internet. It's the right time to be aware for the children, the parents, the grandparents, how to and what to do with the internet and all these applications we already use in our daily life, and see the positive things, how we changed our life to the positive since we have all these technologies included in our daily life. So this is really what I try to do. I'm really proud that I have the opportunity to contribute at that level, but that doesn't mean that it is more important than other levels. The contrary is the case. Everyone is needed in this process, and we can only do it together.
Fantastic. And the last thing I would say is everyone in this room, you are here for the Internet Governance Forum. It is a pivotal moment, and they are so wonderfully optimistic. I'm probably a little more pessimistic, but it depends on what you do, right? It comes down to all of us, and I hate to say it that way, but it is this moment in time. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Jacinda Ardern, Minister Statler. You guys in the room, we move to the main session. Thank you for coming, and let's move.
Maria, just very quickly, Korean Bodies is going to kill me if I don't take a selfie with you with a new name. We have a new name, and so this will take like literally seconds. So yeah, if you hold that.
To work together.
Oh my god, that would be wonderful. Thank you. We invited Maria for a keynote in March.
Make sure that if the leadership panel wants to do anything with that, get in line.
Thank you. No, it's good to see you again, though, Maria. No. Yeah. I know that Kareem and Sam both wanted to be here. So. Yes, no. Yes, I know.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. And Paola as well. We're like all day in this youth policy scene where we work for all these people. No.
Okay. Thank you for a wonderful session. That was really lovely. Yeah.
Yeah, we met before, Jeff Collins. Yeah, I'm the one who stole Julia from you. Oh, you have? Yeah. Well, normally she'd have it, but she's got a bunch of others. Yeah. Yeah. Especially since I read in the guys. With John Lane. Yeah. I used to, by the way, I used to live with Larry. When I worked at TikTok, I couldn't do that crazy commute because I'm in East Bay. And so I'd stay like 2 or 3 nights a week. So we're just catching up. Yeah. And he was like one of my first online safety like mentors. Ann Collier and Larry.
Yeah, I know. Because I remember the IGF the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still doing.
I'm still, 7 years.
I should get you on my freelance. We gotta get you on.
Would love that.
Does anybody have to do their?
I do.
I want to see. Yeah, it's my question.
Yeah.
You used to leave here with like a question.
And nobody has me. Okay, you're going to hear from Vinny, Chris Lee. Who's going to set up
We've got a big
and I'm sure you're deep into AI.
Deep into AI, yeah.
Yeah.
Works for Jeff. I tried to bring safety focus on to Microsoft. Here, go.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if.
I don't know how to do a selfie without looking like a turtle.
I know.
I don't know if that doesn't look like it comes up.
I think you need long arms.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, again, echoing what everybody said, if you're not the fundamental building blocks of products and services aren't safe by design, you're never going to have a safer online world. And when I saw, I hear Sam Altman, he's a really good guy, but when he was in front of Congress going, I'm worried about this existential threat, and if we extricate it out into the wild. And I was like, well, you've already done that. What are the guardrails? So I think the regulatory scrutiny is going to have to move from, post facto to really interrogating, are those guardrails robust? Are they effective?
Sure. But what do you make of all of the leaders of generative AI putting out a statement saying, by the way, we just building something that's going to kill you all? I mean, that was the weirdest thing
It was
from that group.
Well, and it just felt like deja vu of this moving fast and breaking thing.
Yeah.
In terms of rushing to be, first or get your content out.
But it was so weird. It's like, we're building this stuff and it might destroy the world. That's okay. We want to keep building it. And it's like, first of all, maybe I'm naive. I don't see it as an existential threat. I see it as a very, very serious risk. But on the same level as climate change and nuclear war, I don't know. That's maybe pushing it a little bit.
No, I think it's turbocharging some of the harms that we're seeing today, and we're already getting reports in of synthetic child sexual abuse material, of deepfake porn, which won't surprise you, but also children using very powerful technologies like Stable Diffusion and Midjourney to create sexually explicit videos of their classmates and to bully them. So again, like any tool,
I just wonder, what kind of
addressing, like, it's basically a cease and desist order from a government agency. So I decided to do it through the principals, through the parents, but it required them to show proof that they had, removed it, and they had to write apology letters to the school. Well, and then you have five parents who were like shocked that their kids were talking like that, and then one that denied it. But like, we need deterrence. Like, we need to get to kids, and we need for them to know that there are repercussions.
One thing we've seen from the company lens, it is back to the old days, like move fast, because AWS was like they have resources, they just put money and attention into this. Someone who was on the building tech service team, but they found their way to my team at the same time. And we're getting plugged in like really late, which is in general, it's gotten better plugging in trust and safety. But this is like they have this people with responsibility and done this. Whereas like people on my team, we hire from like other places. And Rocket, there's someone who was making a TikTok doing policy there. Like they've been like pretty aggressive about safety, and they're pushing AWS.
I saw that you guys formed
Yeah. So they're
to meet you.
okay. Bye. So they're pushing us, and we're like to do more, essentially to enforce their AEP. But like in general, and this is just AWS. I'm just seeing all the companies feel like. And that, to me, that's the scary thing. Like, you might have some of the companies, because they're under the spotlight, saying and investing in other things, but it just seems like it's moving, accelerating.
Well, this whole AI thing, I mean, suddenly you got the ChatGPT comes out in November, and these companies that barely talked about AI. I mean, yeah, Google talked about it, they didn't talk about it. We did it, Metadata, Metaverse.
Yeah.
Suddenly, now it's like AI, all they're talking about. How can you possibly move that quickly, number one? And number two, how can you do it safely, do it properly?
Yeah. Well, I've been talking about roundabouts. Have you read that book or heard about that book called Carmageddon? Where I can't remember what the author said. Carmageddon. It's funny, but fatality rates of pedestrians and motorists are increasing in the U.S. And one of the reasons he postulates is that the U.S. hasn't adopted roundabouts. They still have stoplights and intersections, which people. But what the roundabout does is it forces people to slow down. You might actually get there at the same time, and you're going with traffic flows. If companies would think about regulatory roundabouts in terms of how they're developing this, they've always thought of safety as a friction point or something that undermines, but it will actually help them to get to the same place.
I kept thinking of Henry Ford thought about safety and thought about the implications back in whatever it was, when the
30s, 20s.
when we started mass producing vehicles. If he had Jeff Collins working for him, and I'm sure he did, although they didn't put brakes in it, so that was good.
Yeah, well, but it was Ralph Nader in the 60s that brought unsafe at any speed. Yeah. Anyway, also one thing I'll send you is our education department is looking at the use. How do we teach AI in the schools?
You heard my question.
Yeah. Well, they're also banning smartphones. So there's this this tech phobia that always happens. Do we teach it or ban it? So we put together a submission that talked about strength-based education. How do we reach young people to hone their critical reasoning skills, build their digital resilience?
Well, let's do that.
Yeah, I mean.
So we have, I don't know if you know Claire Galvin, she's our education director.
Oh, okay.
And she's great, she's really good. And so she's going to write the teacher guide.
Great.
And myself and a couple of other staff are working with parent guide.
Great.
Which we hope to have out. And we, full disclosure, we are funded by a very company we just got a grant from OpenAI. We're giving us some money. So the companies are putting money into this project.
Well, that's good if they can give you insights.
Well, what they are giving us, or what we insist about, is independence.
Yeah.
Yeah, they give us insights, but of course, coming from their perspective, some of us under NDA, some of it isn't.
Yeah.
Work that out. But I don't know if there's any magical advice that
same time, we've got the companies need to be investing more in detection tools and like the content and authenticity initiative is a great example of companies coming together and thinking about provenance.
Although our government, with certain elements of our government, basically outline moderation.
Yeah.
Not that Biden administration has certainly.
No, what did Jim do?
Yeah. No, it's just scary. Well, this whole thing is going to interrupt Plaza. It's church business for them, and it is church. I think it's going to come to church. I think Biden's going to continue. I'm not sure why, but I feel that way. Just my gut is that he's going to own this, at least from the U.S. perspective, and it's going to have to be one more.
One more. Yeah. Actually, I'm supposed to be meeting with the White House right now.
Oh, good. Well, tell them.
Anyway, I might reach out to you, Jeff, about. I haven't engaged with Anthropic and some of these companies. I just want to have a conversation.
Okay. Yeah. So Alex on my TikTok team was head of policy, and I actually talked about like I went to this about competitive trust and safety, and I forget the guy they hired was really cool. I think they wanted someone like much more technical. They're all looking for like more technical people to really work on what Anthropic calls constitutional law. But I don't know a lot about like how they're operating, and so I met a few people. Yeah, so I signaled that introducing them. And they're nice people.
Are you coming out to Silicon Valley anytime soon?
I haven't been out there for a while, so I should.
Never do get out there. I don't get to Australia too often.
No, I would love to see you, and I'm hoping that we'll have.
If you have any more international events, let me know. We have budget for that kind of stuff.
Great. Well, I'm hoping we can next September or October. We've set up as global online safety regulators network.
Is available with the receiver. Please turn on the power button and switch to channel 1 for Arabic, channel 2 for Chinese, channel 3 for English, channel 4 for French, channel 5 for Russian, channel 6 for Spanish, and channel 7 for Japanese. May I kindly ask you that at the end of this session, please hand over the receiver to the staff at the exit doors. Thank you. And please be noted that the annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum will be streamed online. Lastly, if there is an emergency, please follow the instruction of staff, including security services. The opening performance is scheduled to start shortly from 10:30 a.m. Please kindly be seated for a while. Thank you for your patience. Excellency, distinguished delegates and participants, I would like to welcome all of you to 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. And my name is Rebecca, and it's my honor to serve the MC for this opening. Prior to the opening ceremony of the 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, we now present as the opening act, reconceptualizing traditional Japanese theater, kabuki, Two Lions with Sansui, media installation by Naoko Tosa. Kabuki is a novel and unusual performing art that appeared in Kyoto at the beginning of the Edo period. In this new work, a heroic lion spirit appeared in a climactic scene of Renjishi, a masterpiece of kabuki. The scene in which the lion smells a flower and makes a violent movement known as the madness was performed by a professional kabuki actor. Creating a digital kabuki performance is suitable for an international IT conference. So please enjoy this opening performance. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Lee Junfar, Under-Secretary General of United Nations, and His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio, the Prime Minister of Japan, to the stage. So please welcome Mr. Lee and His Excellency Mr. Kishida. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today for the 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, organized by United Nations and hosted by Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. Now, I'd like to start the opening ceremony. First of all, we would like to welcome Mr. Antonio Guterres-led Secretary General of the United Nations to the screen. Video message will be introduced by Mr. Lee Junfar, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations. So Mr. Lee, please proceed to the podium.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Mr. Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan, Excellencies, distinguished participants. I have the honor to introduce the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, who will deliver a video address. Please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to greet the Internet Governance Forum as you gather in Kyoto. Let me begin by thanking you for your invaluable efforts, bringing together governments, the private sector, civil society, and the technical community for the essential task of advancing an open, safe, and global Internet. For nearly 2 decades, this multi-stakeholder cooperation has proven remarkably productive and remarkably resilient in the face of growing geopolitical tensions, proliferating crises, and widening divisions. Your work is now more important than ever. We need to keep harnessing digital technologies enabled by the Internet to help deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals, take climate action, and build a better world. I see 3 areas for action. First, we must work together to close the connectivity gap and bring the remaining 2.6 billion people online, in particular women and girls in least developed countries. Second, we must work together to close the governance gap, including by elevating and better aligning the work of the IGF and other digital bodies across the UN system and beyond. Third, and fundamentally, we need to reinforce a human rights and human-centered approach to digital cooperation. It is imperative that the Internet, including the physical infrastructure that underpins it, remains open, secure, and accessible to all. This means that the Internet's long-established multi-stakeholder institutions need more support, not less. The leadership panel I've established for the Internet Governance Forum is aimed at providing strategic guidance, supporting stable funding, and amplifying the impact of your important work. To help advance the search for concrete governance solutions, I'm appointing a high-level advisory board on artificial intelligence, which will provide preliminary recommendations by the end of this year. And the Global Digital Compact, proposed for adoption at the Summit of the Future in 2024, aims to set out principles, objectives, and actions to secure a human-centered digital future. Governments, the private sector, and civil society must come together regularly to ensure that the commitments enshrined in the Compact are followed up. We cannot afford another retreat into silos. We must work to prevent gaps from emerging on new digital technologies, avoid duplication, and address emerging risks effectively. I look to your gathering in Kyoto to provide critical input to advance our collective efforts. Together, we can realize the ambition spelled out in the theme of your forum and build the Internet we want to empower all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Please allow me to join the Secretary General to extending our gratitude to the government of Japan for hosting us. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as the Secretary General reminded us, the challenge confronting the global community in reaching the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development are vast and complex. The Internet will play an integral role in navigating these complexities, moving us towards a better and a more resilient future. But this requires responsible policies that leverage the benefits of digital technologies while mitigating the risks. The Internet Governance Forum must respond through the UN's convening role to bring every country and every individual together, regardless of the stakeholder groups or the backgrounds. IGF needs to further strengthen its role as being a global digital policy forum in finding points of convergence and consensus, and in identifying the digital solutions in reaching the 2030 Agenda. In this connection, I welcome the focus of the forum on the urgent and the relevant digital issues, and look forward to your contributions and recommendations on the way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, 18 years ago, in 2005, the IGF received its mandate through the World Summit on Information Society. In 2025, the United Nations General Assembly will review this mandate. Member states will consider the impacts and outcomes of the forum and determine its future. With this in mind, I invite you to consider 3 questions during this year's IGF. First, has the IGF delivered on its mandate and purpose? Second, how can the Internet better support and accelerate the achievement of the SDGs? Third, how can the IGF best support both the preparations of and the follow-up to the Global Digital Compact and Summit of the Future? This forum is aimed at empowering all countries to deliver the better digital policies, to support the more open, inclusive, and safe access to digitalization for all people. We must ensure that it is delivering on that aim. We called for the closer collaboration and partnership among stakeholders, greater digital innovation for accelerating SDG implementation, and foster technical assistance to the Global South to bridge the digital divide. Together, let us leverage the inclusive, multi-stakeholder approach of the Internet Governance Forum to build the Internet we want. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Next, I invite His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio, the Prime Minister of Japan, to deliver his remarks. His Excellency Mr. Kishida, please proceed to the podium.
日本の内閣総理大臣の岸田文雄です。ご列席の皆様、こんにちは。そしてようこそ日本にお越しをくださいました。ご来場の、そしてオンラインでご視聴の皆様におかれましては、インターネットのより良い在り方について日頃からご議論をいただき、またその実現にご尽力をいただいておりますことに、心から敬意を表し申し上げます。インターネットガバナンスフォーラムのオープンかつ民主的、包摂的なプロセスを重視するという基本理念は、まさに我が国の基本的な価値観と一致するところであり、我が国が今回初めてホスト国として会議を開催し、こうして皆様をお迎えできることを大変嬉しく思っています。インターネットをはじめとするデジタル技術は、 世界中の人々の経済活動を支え、経済成長をもたらすエンジンです。インターネットは自由で多様な表現の場として機能するとともに、時間や空間の制約を超えた情報やサービスへのアクセスを可能とするものであり、生活や社会経済活動にとって不可欠であるだけでなく、民主主義社会の基盤として極めて重要です。また、自由で分断のないインターネットは、開発、保健、安全保障といった我々が直面するさまざまな課題の解決や人類のさらなる発展のために不可欠です。一方で、インターネットが偽情報を含む違法有害情報の拡散、サイバー攻撃、サイバー犯罪など、人々の安全や自由な経済社会活動を脅かす課題を生んできたのも事実であります。それらの負の側面にも目を背けることなく、世界中からさまざまな立場の参加者が一堂に会し、マルチステークホルダーアプローチの議論により英知を結集することで、リスクを低減しつつ、インターネットの恩恵を最大化できると確信をしています。本年の会合の全体テーマである我々が求めるインターネット、あらゆる人を後押しするためのインターネットは、誰一人取り残さない包摂的なインターネットを実現し、持続可能な人類の未来を切り開くという力強い決意の表れであると思います。日本政府として、ホスト国として、この議論に貢献することが重要な責務であると考えています。インターネットが信頼性のある自由なデータ流通 DFFT を促進し、引き続き人類の発展に貢献するためには、オープン、自由、グローバル、相互運用可能、安全かつ信頼できるインターネットを維持することが必要であると確信をしています。我が国はさまざまな立場のマルチステークホルダーによるインターネットガバナンスを支持し、引き続きコミットしてまいります。最後になりますが、開催都市であるここ京都は、豊かな歴史と伝統が息づく都市です。ご参加いただいている皆様には、インターネットの未来についての活発なご議論、参加者同士の交流と合わせまして、ぜひ京都、そして日本の文化や食事、おもてなしをご堪能いただきたいと思っています。この京都における会合が国際社会の未来、そして皆様一人一人にとって有意義で実りあるものとなることを記念し、私からのオープニングのご挨拶とさせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Excellency. And thank you. Please give a round of applause once again to the speakers. So now the stage will be rearranged for the next session, so please kindly remain seated. The high-level panel 5, the artificial intelligence, will start shortly from 11 a.m. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much for waiting. Now, I would like to welcome the guests of honor and the speakers for the high-level panel 5, Artificial Intelligence, to the stage, and we'll begin with the photo session. And first, an official photographer at the front will take a photo. So at first, the official photographer at the front, please take a photo. And now I'd like to take our time for the press in the back seat. Please stay put and take a photo. Thank you for cooperation. Thank you very much. So, the Excellency, please proceed to the individual seat on the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I draw your attention, please? We will now start the high-level panel 5, Artificial Intelligence, of the 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. I will now invite a guest of honor to deliver keynote speeches. First, I would like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio, the Prime Minister of Japan, to deliver keynote speech. His Excellency Mr. Kishida, please proceed to the podium.
インターネットガバナンスフォーラム京都2023における AI 特別セッションの開催にあたり、ホスト国を代表してご挨拶を申し上げます。急速に発展している生成 AI のポテンシャルやリスクについて、世界中で議論が巻き起こっている中、本日、各界を代表する方々とともに、生成 AI に関する国際的なガバナンスの在り方について、ここ日本で議論できることを誇りに思うとともに、ご多忙の中、ご参加いただいた皆様に、心から御礼を申し上げます。生成 AI は、インターネットに匹敵する技術革新とも言われています。インターネットの登場によって、時間や空間の制約を超えて人類がつながるようになり、民主主義と経済社会に目覚ましい発展をもたらしてきたように、生成 AI によって人類の歴史に大きな変化がもたらされようとしています。私自身、今年に入って若手研究者や AI 開発企業などと直接議論を重ねる中で、生成 AI が秘める無限の可能性を感じてきました。生成 AI は単に業務を効率化するだけでなく、新薬の創出や新たな医療手法の開発など、我々さまざまな分野でイノベーションを加速させ、世界に劇的な変化をもたらすことが期待されています。日本政府として今月中に経済対策をまとめることを予定していますが、計算資源の整備や基盤モデル開発に対する支援など、AI 開発力の強化や中小企業や医療分野等における AI 導入の推進など、 AI 開発利用両面に強力に取り組み、しっかりと経済対策に盛り込んでいきたいと考えています。一方で、生成 AI をめぐっては、精緻な偽画像や偽情報による社会の混乱など、経済社会を脅かすようなリスクや課題も指摘されてきており、幅広い関係者が役割を果たす必要があります。例えば、信頼できる情報の流通を促進するために、情報の発信者を証明・確認できる技術の開発や普及を進めることも有効だと思います。このような理解を国際社会全体で正しく共有し、連帯して対処していかなければなりません。生成 AI の持つ可能性とリスクを踏まえながら、推進と規制のバランスを図り、生成 AI が経済社会に与えるリスクを軽減しつつ、人類に対する 恩恵を最大化していくために、今こそ人類の英知を結集することが重要です。このような考えのもと、G7 広島サミットにおいて、信頼できる AI の実現に向けた国際的な議論の促進のために、私から広島 AI プロセスの創設を提案して、合意を取り付け、G7 首脳は担当閣僚に対し、年内に成果を出すことを指示いたしました。広島 AI プロセスでは、信頼できる AI の実現に不可欠な共通原則として、すべての AI 関係者向けの国際的な指針を年末までに策定することといたしました。特に喫緊の課題として、生成 AI を含む高度なAI システムの開発者向けの国際的な指針や行動規範をこの秋にも開催される予定の G7 首脳オンライン会議に向けて策定を進めています。生成 AI は国境を越えてサービス提供され、世界中の人々に関係します。このため、広島 AI プロセスでは、この IGF の機会も活用し、本セッションのような政府、学術界、市民社会、および民間セクターを含むマルチステークホルダーの議論を通じて、幅広い意見を取り入れていくつもりです。本日ご参加の G7 を超えた幅広い皆様のご意見をお聞きすることで、グローバルサウスを含む国際社会全体が安心、安全、信頼できる生成 AI の恩恵を享受し、さらなる経済成長や生活環境の改善を実現できるような国際的なルール作りを牽引してまいります。最後に、この AI 特別セッションにおいて、国際機関、各国政府、AI 開発企業、研究者、市民社会を代表する方々の間で有意義な議論が行われ、後に生成 AI に関する議論の転機となったと評価されるような歴史的な会議となることを記念いたしまして、私のご挨拶とさせていただきます。ご清聴誠にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Excellency. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Maria Ressa, CEO and President of Rappler Inc., 2021 Nobel Peace Prize winner, to deliver keynote speech. Ms. Ressa, please proceed to the podium.
I'm so sorry I'm short. I will tiptoe. Thank you so much. Thank you to our host country, to Japan, to the Internet Governance Forum. I am new to the Internet Governance Forum, and so I bow to your collective wisdom. I really hope to just be a voice to urge you to think about where we are today and to urge you to act. Because thank you to our initiative on generative AI, but let me just remind you of the problems we face right now. Today, truth is under attack. We're engulfed in an information war where disinformation The bullets of information operations spread like wildfire to obscure and to change reality. What power used to consolidate power is technology. Social media, the first human contact with AI. In 2018, and this has probably changed since then, MIT released a study that said lies spread 6 times faster on social media than these really boring facts. And what Rappler data has shown is that it spreads even faster when it's laced with fear, anger, hate. Every human being, all of us, has 2 systems of thinking, and here I quote Daniel Kahneman. He said, thinking fast, our emotional, instinctive side, and thinking slow, our rational side. This rational side is where conversations like this one happen, where rule of law, journalism, democracy happens. Technology hacked our biology to bypass our rational minds, to trigger the worst of who we are, and to keep us scrolling in our information economy. Attention, that is the prize. Your attention is commodified, changing how you feel, what you think, and how you act. That fundamental design choice, and this is the first social media contact, right? That lies spread faster, surveillance capitalism, or surveillance for profit, turned our world upside down. And here, I'm sorry to be irreverent. Netflix's Stranger Things, if you've watched it, you know how they go into the upside down? We are literally living in the upside down. And while it seems deceptively familiar, everything is covered with goo, and there are monsters in every corner. Because that design of the new gatekeepers to our public sphere was exploited by authoritarians. If you can convince people lies are facts, then you can control them. And the same 3 sentences I've said since 2016. Without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these 3, we have no shared reality, no rule of law, no democracy. So, I have 2 minutes left to tell you what we should do. And actually, the internet we want has those 5 values. I thank the Secretary General for appointing the leadership panel. We each have 2 years. It's extremely honest, open, and we hope to urge you to act. But I'll leave you with 2 last thoughts. One is the impact beyond the individual. This is what I've laid out for you, right? The behavioral aspect for us. If you don't have integrity of facts, you cannot have integrity of elections. And 2024 becomes a critical year for elections, which is part of the reason everyone in this room, from civil society, parliamentarians, government officials, NGOs, journalists, we each have a role to play. I keep saying that we are in the last 2 minutes, if you play basketball, last 2 minutes for democracy. In my last minute, I just want to tell you about an initiative that aligns with the Internet Governance Forum that was launched last year at the Nobel Summit for the Nobel Peace Summit in DC. This year, over 300 Nobel laureates, civil society groups, the same kind of multi-stakeholder arrangement. We need to come together. We launched a 10-point action plan that has 3 buckets. And these would be the same that you would need to operationalize in every single one of our agreements. The first, stop surveillance for profit. Give us back our lives. 2, stop coded bias. If you are a woman, LGBTQ+, you are further marginalized in the virtual world. And we want a secure, safe, and trustworthy internet. Third, journalism as an antidote to tyranny. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ressa. Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ulrik Vestergaard Knudsen, OECD Deputy Secretary General, to deliver keynote speech. Mr. Knudsen, please.
Thank you very much. It seems I have the opposite challenge compared to the previous speaker, so I will not be tiptoeing. What an honor it is to speak after a Prime Minister and a Nobel Prize winner, and what an honor it is indeed to join this high-level meeting on global AI governance and generative AI, convened in the context of the G7 Hiroshima AI process led by Japan. Thank you very much. Rapid technological transformation is heralding a brand new era of boundless opportunity and at the same time of great risks. Some even talk about existential threats. Now, my organization, the OECD, was founded over 60 years ago on a simple yet very powerful premise that international cooperation is essential for economic growth and social prosperity. In the decades gone by, we have leveraged evidence-based policy expertise, mutual exchange, data and analysis to keep ahead of the global cross-border challenges. Key examples include codes of liberalization, guidelines for multinational enterprises, and of course the all-famous BEPS inclusive framework of tax with almost 140 tax jurisdictions around the world. To sum it up, through international cooperation and shared values, the OECD's goal has been to drive forward better policies for better lives. And let me be as frank as I can, digital policies are no exception to that. On the contrary, here too, the OECD has delivered landmark international standards. For example, just last year, the Declaration on Government Access to Personal Data held by the private sector entities. These standards, and many others in areas like broadband connectivity, data governance, and digital security, provide guidance to support countries in reaping the benefits of digital transformation, fostering innovation while addressing mitigating risks, advancing responsibility, and promoting trust. In the last decade, we have increasingly dedicated our attention to artificial intelligence. With AI, and in particular with the public availability of generative AI applications, humanity is facing what is really a watershed moment. Our well-being, our economic prosperity, and our very identity, perhaps even as humans, will be affected by the collective action we take today. AI already now demonstrates its revolutionary potential for productivity, for scientific discoveries, healthcare, education, climate change. However, AI also carries significant risks, including to privacy, safety, autonomy, and, to some extent at least, jobs. And as G7 members have underlined, under the Japanese presidency, generative AI creates a real risk of false and misleading content, threatening democratic values and social cohesion. I guess what you could call the upside-down world of Stranger Things from Netflix. Generative AI also raises complex questions of copyright, and the computing power required for its training highlights issues of supply chains, access, and divides. What we need now, ladies and gentlemen, is a global effort for the governance, the safe development, and deployment of AI, aligned with human rights and democratic values. The OECD has helped lead the way on AI policy making with the landmark 2019 OECD recommendations on AI, the very first intergovernmental standard on AI. We are now gathering the evidence on AI through the OECD AI Policy Observatory, the framework for classification of AI systems, the catalog of tools and metrics, and also now, latest, the AI Incidence Monitor. These achievements have gained traction and influenced AI policymaking around the world. But with technology developing now at breakneck speed, we need to make collective decisions to ensure this technology will be safe and beneficial to societies. Unfortunately, as you all know, there are many, many questions and not too many answers. Do we need hard rules about the design of AI systems? How do we marshal the innovation, governance, and regulations of AI? Do we use existing approaches and frameworks that have proven effective, from, for example, aeroplanes to food safety? Or do we need radically new approaches? And how do we prepare society for this transition? How do we make sure powerful technology doesn't rest solely in the hands of a few, be that countries or companies? And perhaps most importantly, how do we make sure that we seize the boundless opportunities for people and planet in a just, equitable, and democratic manner? That we don't answer these questions that I raised above with policies that hamper progress. I don't have the answers to all those questions, but I do think I know one thing, that decisions we make in response to these questions require international cooperation and coordination. And it's the ambition of the OECD to work with our international partners to provide the forum and convening power for these discussions, informed by the best possible evidence base. The G7 has a key role. We are here under the auspices of Japan's G7 presidency, and Japan has been a true pioneer and visionary in identifying the policy importance of AI. Japan's 2016 presidency, G7 presidency, really kickstarted development of the AI principles, which then served as the basis for the G20 AI principles under Japan's G20 presidency in 2019. In this vein, the Hiroshima process has set an ambitious and necessary objective: international guiding principles applicable for all AI actors and a code of conduct for organizations developing advanced AI systems. The OECD is very proud to be informing this process in many ways, not least later this year by launching the Global Challenge alongside key partner organizations like UNESCO and others. And we also look forward to providing comprehensive guidance across different actors and different aspects of AI. Before I end, let me say that we cannot advance the global effort on AI governance without effective stakeholder engagement. Multi-stakeholder participation has always been the OECD approach to policy development. Examples include our One AI expert group with over 400 international experts from governments, from industry, from academia, and from civil society. Or the recently launched OECD Global Forum on Technology is another example of this way of building outreach and engagement. Only, honestly, with your involvement, can we develop policies that work for all parts of society. Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Hawking defined intelligence, and I quote, as the ability to adapt to change, unquote. Let us continue working together to ensure that our intelligence, both human and artificial, will keep politically pace with developments and continue to guide us responsibly. We simply cannot afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knudsen. Unfortunately, His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio will not be able to stay due to the schedule, so please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Now the panel discussion shall commence. I would like to ask Ms. Emma Risa, Associate Professor, Institute for Future Initiative, the University of Tokyo, to moderate the session. Ms. Emma, floor is yours. Would you please wait for a moment to rearrange the stage? Thank you very much for your patience.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arisa Emma. Emma is my family name. So I am associate professor at the University of Tokyo, and it's a really great honor for me to moderate this great panel session. So first of all, I would like to introduce the panelists. I go from my side to the other end. So the person next to me here is Mr. Nick Clegg, President of Global Affairs, Meta. Then the second person is Mr. Luciano Mazza de Andrade, Director of the Department of Science and Technology and Intellectual Property at the Brazilian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Brazil. The third person is Ms. Denise Wang, Assistant Chief Executive, Data Innovation and Protection Group, Infocommon Media Development Authority, IMDA, Singapore. The next panelist is Mr. Nazar Patiria, Vice Minister of Communication of Informatics, Indonesia. The next panelist is Mr. Kent Walker, President of Global Affairs, Google and Alphabet. On the right-hand side, we have His Excellency Mr. Suzuki Junji, Minister of Internal Affairs and Communications. The panelist next to Minister Suzuki is Mr. Vincent Cerf, IGF Leadership Panel Chair and so-called father of the internet. And next to Mr. Cerf, we have Professor Jun Murai from Keio University, as known as father of Japan's internet. And last but not least, the panelist on the other end is Ms. Doreen Botgan-Martin, Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union. So we have excellent lineup of panelists, but before we jump in the panel discussion, I would like to invite Minister Suzuki to share with us the brief overview of the current state of Hiroshima AI process led by the Japanese government now. So Minister Suzuki, the floor is yours.
はい、皆様おはようございます。総務大臣の鈴木淳二と申します。この度はインターネットガバナンスフォーラム京都2023にご出席いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。またマリアレス様、OECD クヌッセン事務次長におかれましては大変示唆に富む基調講演をいただきまして誠にありがとうございました。さて私からはこの後実施するマルチステークホルダーの皆様とのパネルディスカッションに向けて広島 AI プロセスの議論の状況についてご紹介をさせていただきます。現在急速に発展普及しております生成 AI につきましては経済社会に与えるリスクを軽減しつつ人類に対する恩恵を最大化していくことが私たち国際社会の責務であります。本年4月に開催されました G7 群馬高崎デジタル技術大臣会合では生成 AI のもたらす機会とリスクについて早急に議論を行い OECD や AI に関する官民の国際連携組織である GPay を活用して AI ガバナンス、透明性の促進等の5つの論点を含む生成 AI に関する国際的な議論を行うための場を早急に設けることについて合意いたしました。そして G7 広島首脳コミュニケにおいて広島 AI プロセスとして議論が続けることといたしました。その後9月に広島 AI プロセス G7 デジタル技術閣僚声明を取りまとめ次の点に合意をいたしました。一つ、透明性の確保等の課題に優先的に取り組む必要性。二つ、すべての AI 関係者向けの国際的な指針及び AI 開発者向けの行動規範の策定。三つ、偽情報対策に対する研究の促進等のプロジェクトベースの協力。四つ、G7 の政府以外のステークホルダーとの意見交換の重要性の4点であります。本日のセッションでは現在検討を進めております AI 開発者向けの国際的な指針および行動規範の内容についてパネルにご参加 いただく皆様からご意見を頂戴したいと考えております。AI 開発者向けの国際的な指針は、安全で安心信頼できる AI の実現に向けて AI 開発者に求める事項を整理したものであり、開発者に求める具体的なアクションについては行動規範として打ち出してまいりたいと考えております。まず1点目は、高度な AI システムの社会に対するリスクの軽減措置です。これには AI モデルの市場投入前にリスクの特定、評価および低減のために取るべき措置や、市場投入後にもシステムの脆弱性に対応するために取るべき措置が含まれております。AI 開発企業はどのようにリスクや脆弱性を念頭に対策を実施すべきでしょうか。2点目が、高度な AI システムのリスクや適切な使い方に関する情報の公開や関係者間での情報共有です。利用者が安心をして AI システムを利用できますように、企業は安全性評価の結果や AI モデルの能力及び限界等を明らかにする必要があると考えられます。また、プライバシーや AI の管理に関する自社ポリシーを策定し公開することも含まれます。あるいはさまざまな関係者の間でベストプラクティスを開発共有するための仕組みを構築することも等も考えられます。3点目が、 AI のもたらすリスクを技術的に軽減するための研究や投資の促進であります。例えば電子透かし技術や情報の来歴管理技術等の AI が生成したコンテンツを利用者が識別できる仕組みの開発や導入等が考えられます。これらのほか、気候変動やグローバルヘルス、教育等の世界が直面をする重要課題に対処するために、高度な AI システムの開発を優先することや、高度な AI システムに入力するデータの適切な取り扱い等も必要になると考えられます。本日の AI 特別セッションは、多様なバックグラウンドを持つ皆様方のご意見を直接お伺いする貴重な機会と考えており、今から行われる議論を心から楽しみに出しております。どうか忌憚のないご意見を賜りますようによろしくお願いします。本日のこのセッションがパネルにご参加いただく皆様だけではなくて、会場およびオンラインで議論をお聞きくださっております方々も含めた全ての皆様にとって有意義な場となることを記念いたしまして、私のご挨拶いたします。よろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for this really informative presentation, Minister Suzuki. So then, I would like to invite our panelists to share their views on some of the important aspects in the Hiroshima AI process from their perspectives. So, and I would like to ask my first question. So what types of AI systems, in particular advanced AI models such as foundation models, are you developing or placing on the market? How are they used? What solutions and benefits do they seek to offer? What do you see as the major risks and challenges are associated with the advanced AI systems you are developing, and how you're addressing those risks and challenges? So I hope this question and answer to this will give us an overview of the current situation of generative AI and foundation model across countries. So I would like to ask this question to two speakers from global AI developers, Google and Meta. So first, President Kent Walker, what is your view on this? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Professor Emma, and thank you for the chance to be here today. The power of AI is vast, and that is exactly why we think it needs to be developed both boldly and responsibly. AI goes well beyond a chatbot. It has the potential to change the way we do science, the way we develop technology. I thought it was very nice that the rounds of applause for today's panel went to our two technologists joining us here today, because that will be the foundation of the next great technological advance we have. Of course, you've been using AI for a dozen years if you've used Google Search or Translate or Maps, but it's going to go well beyond that now. We are seeing dramatic advances that are going to change quantum mechanics, quantum science, materials science, precision agriculture, personalized medicine, bring water, clean water to people around the world. The potential is extraordinarily exciting. Just one example, our DeepMind team has helped fold proteins, understand how proteins express themselves for the 200 million proteins known to science. That would have taken hundreds of millions of years for biologists to do. It's as though you took every man, woman, and child in Japan and trained them to be a biologist and then had them do nothing but fold proteins for 3 years. And as a result, these tools are now being used by more than 1 million researchers around the world to help advance the study of medicine. And there are many more advances like that coming. But at the same time, we recognize that all of the opportunity agenda must also be balanced by a responsibility agenda and a security agenda. And it's not for one company or even one group of companies to do alone. We have worked together across the industry on groups like the Frontier Model Forum, the Partnership on AI, ML Commons, and more to develop frameworks, norms for the right kinds of research we need to do, the right standards that need to be applied. And beyond that, we need the role of government and all of you, civil society, for the frameworks that are going to matter to everybody on the planet. This is why we salute and appreciate the leadership of Japan and the Hiroshima process to drive forward with an innovation agenda that recognizes the opportunity, but also the need for thoughtful balance and the hard trade-offs that we'll need democracies to exchange ideas about. How do you balance security versus openness? How do you balance the various notions of efficiency and equity in these different tools? These are fundamental and important questions, and we welcome the participation of groups like the IGF who have brought wisdom to those debates over the internet as we apply them to this latest and great round of new technology.
Thank you very much, President Walker. Then I would like to invite President Nick Clegg. What is your view? You also have 5 minutes.
So, as Kent said, I mean, AI, of course, is not new. It's been talked about since the 1950s. And companies like Google, like Meta, like others, sort of research-heavy organizations have been conducting research using AI and integrating it into their products for many, many years. But clearly, this latest development of these large language models is a qualitative and quantitative, because they're very expensive, you need a lot of compute power and a lot of data, leap forward. So we're all asking ourselves in forums like this and many other forums, is it good, is it bad, how is it going to reshape the world? There's been quite a lot of breathless, somewhat hyperbolic predictions about what might happen in the future, and I would really venture 3 points at this stage. Firstly, where possible, and I think the Deputy Secretary General asked this, is this technology going to be for the many or for the few? Where possible, it is desirable, in my view, that this technology should be shared, that there should be open innovation, there should be open sourcing as much as possible of these foundation models. Companies like Meta, like Google, I don't want to speak for Google, but in Meta's case, over the last decade, we have open sourced over 1,000 AI databases and models. It's not always appropriate. Sometimes there are reasons not to do it. But where possible, the more that this technology can be shared, because otherwise the risk is it really is technology which is only developed by a very small number of highly resourced institutions, public and private institutions around the world, with deep enough pockets, with enough GPU capacity, and with enough large-scale data to get their hands on. And that's why we, for instance, have open-sourced our large language model, Llama 2, and we have around 30 million uses of it already from researchers, innovators, and developers around the world, including here in China. So that's the first point. The second point is, it is human nature to worry about the worst. But I think it's also worth remembering that AI is also it's a sword, not just a shield. If I look, for instance, at the work of Meta in social media and the constant adversarial work we have to do to try and minimize bad content, hate speech, for instance, the prevalence of hate speech, and this is publicly available audited data, on Facebook now stands at somewhere between 0.01% and 0.02%. So that means if you're constantly scrolling on Facebook
for far too long than you should, you would find maybe 1 or 2 bits of hate speech out of every 10,000 bits of content that you might find. I wish it would be 0, but it's never going to be 0 because, remember, it's legal speech. But here's the point. That is down by it's down by about 60% just over the last 18 to 24 months for one reason alone, which is AI. So AI, yes, of course, that it poses new challenges. It's also a fantastic tool for us to do, as the Prime Minister himself said, to minimize the bad and amplify the good. And then the final thing I would say is this. As we grapple with risks, yes, there's been lots of talk about long-term potential existential risks. The prospect of so-called autonomous AI or general AI, which will sort of develop an autonomy and agency of its own. But there are things we need to do now, which as mentioned earlier, we need to have some kind of agreement across the industry and with governments and with stakeholders on how we identify the provenance and we can detect AI-generated content. Not text content, that's not possible, but certainly visual content. The more you can have uniform standards developed quickly, the safer that all those elections that people have talked about, which are taking place next year, will take place. So I think it's important to focus on the here and now, not just on the theoretical tomorrow.
Very much, Mr. Clegg. I believe that everyone has lots of questions, but there's a lots of questions I have today. So now I move on to the second question. So in this previous question, we heard that AI companies are developing highly advanced AI systems and various applications. At the same time, they are making efforts to respond to risks and challenges brought by generative AI. So the guiding principles and code of conduct for organizations developing advanced AI systems set out how organizations should take measures and actions against risks and challenges prior to the model release and market placement, and should continue to work on addressing vulnerabilities and mitigating risks after the release. What risks and challenges do you think are most important for those organizations to address in their efforts? What technical measures and actions do you think to be most effective? I would like to invite Mr. Nizal to answer this question and give your insight. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, allow me to thank the organizer of the session for the opportunity to be in the same stage with honorable presenters today to share about artificial intelligence, a hot topic recently. The development of AI has greatly improved efficiency across commercial sectors. In 2021, AI added 26.7 million workers in Indonesia, or equivalent to 22% of the workforce. Yet, we must acknowledge that AI also comes with various risks, such as privacy, intellectual property violations, the potential of biases, as well as hallucinations that requires our attention. Against such backdrop, Indonesia believes we must intensify our approaches on mitigating the risk of AI, both at policy and practical levels. One of the milestone evidence such commitment was made 4 years ago in Japan, when we supported the G20 AI principle during Japan G20 presidency to set a common understanding on the principles of AI. With the recently issued the G7 Hiroshima process as previously presented by Minister Suzuki, the effort to involve different stakeholders, even beyond G7 members, are applaudable. The urgently growing need to establish governance to mitigate various risks that AI, specifically on the generative AI, has demanded us, the global community, to act promptly, but not recklessly. Indonesia is also not waiting in silence. We have begun the development of our AI governance ecosystem from 2020 through several policies, namely National Strategy of Artificial Intelligence, outlining roadmap on the development of AI governance ecosystem in Indonesia. Secondly, standard classification of business line for business developing AI-based programming and provision for automated personal data protection under law on personal data protections. Though not specifically addressing AI-based personal data processing, it provides foundation for more complex personal data processing activities. Last but not least, we are also in the process of developing a circular letter on artificial intelligence ethics that is hoped to embody principles from prominent global references, infused with our local wisdom to respond to the demand of AI governance. Ladies and gentlemen, we understand that the government cannot act alone. As such, in the process of improving our governance, we invite the involvement from various stakeholders to contribute on the development of our policies as well as ecosystem. Specifically, we are in the pursuit of exploring use cases, potential risks, as well as approaches and technologies to mitigate risks of AI utilizations. We also cognizant that AI governance itself is not sufficient to mitigate the risks and threat of AI. We still need additional provisions to ensure positive impact of AI for everyone. This includes the implementation of supportive policies encompassing areas such as the content moderation, ensuring fairness and non-discrimination in the market, as well as digital literacy effort. Against such backdrop, Indonesia is ready to further the discussion of AI global governance, especially to play the role as bridge builder between various countries with different maturity level of AI to ensure our AI utilization might advance the well-being of our society now in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nazal. So I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Matza.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I think one main things we must to realize as a challenge is how we can bring more voices from developing countries into this debate. And that's very hard because sometimes given the sheer complexity of the issues at hand, is not something that's very simply done. So while thanking very much the Japanese government for the kind invitation to be here today, I want to commend it for the open way and inclusive way it's making, the efforts making to make this process as open and inclusive as possible. I think that's very important. I think we must be realistic about the huge asymmetries in the AI landscape and how they affect the way different countries and actors approach this issue when it comes to discussing risks and mitigation measures. Large language models have been developed by few companies based in very few countries. Of course, being mostly G7 countries, the Hiroshima process may be of particular relevance considering this status quo. In any event, we're talking about a very concentrated market. That may change the future. Hopefully it will, but that's the reality today. So from our perspective, I think organizations, that was touched upon before from other colleagues, organizations, particularly in the developing world, should be mindful of the need to bring a sense of local ownership to the countries and communities where they operate. In the sense, one of the main issues will be, I think, the adaptation of those models to local realities. And crucially here, I think there is an issue of how to adjust the training of the models with data that is more reflective of local circumstances. I think that's a main topic that must be addressed. Also essential, in our views, to incentivize and strengthen local innovation ecosystems in order to allow for the development of a growing number of applications by domestic companies. Countries should strive to have dynamic AI ecosystems, even if they're not able to have their own, let's say, open AI style companies, but we know that would be unrealistic to expect. So we believe that this effort to incentivizing local ecosystems would be a possible way forward with a view to democratizing this market that, as I said, is very concentrated today. Another topic I wanted to raise is when it comes to risks and mitigation of risks, we think it's important to widen a little bit the scope of what we understand by risks. We should not lose sight of the big risks that AI has of exponentially amplifying economic, social, and digital divides between developed and developing countries. This should be counted as a risk. So we have seen from some time now that there's a concept of safety by design that is well accepted by many actors in this field. They are working on it. We should also work on the notion that new technologies, including AI models, should be inclusive by design, in a way that social and digital inclusion should not be an afterthought, but should be at the forefront of our considerations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matza. Now, I would like to move on to the question 3. So we heard that the draft guiding principles and draft code of conduct include principles and actions for AI developers to responsibly share information on security and safety risks posed by the models, the measures taken to address these risks, and to publish transparency reports and to establish and disclose privacy policies and AI governance policies. What information do you think those organizations should be encouraged to share, and with who? What elements do you think should be included in transparency reports? How can information sharing be best done along the value chain, especially with downstream developers who further develop and fine-tune models? So I would like to invite Chair Vint Cerf to give your answer to this. So you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say I'm very, very grateful to the Prime Minister for his opening observations about AI and the Internet Governance Forum. I found them most hopeful and very encouraging. I also would like to point out to you some parallels. First of all, the Internet is simply a very large software artifact. So is artificial intelligence and machine learning. As a young programmer, I became fascinated by the idea that you could use software to create your own little universe, and it would do what you told it to do. Then I discovered that it does what you told it to do, but not necessarily what you wanted it to do. And the difference between those two is called a bug. And I discovered how easy it was to create bugs and how hard it was to find them and fix them in the software. So why is that relevant? I think all the things that you are hearing about artificial intelligence and machine learning apply generally to software. And so we should be thinking about not just the rules for AI and ML development, but also generally software. We have become intensely dependent on software. It is by far the most powerful and adaptable technology ever created, and I would argue that the machine learning world has taken a step beyond that. But with dependency comes risk, and you've heard that theme repeatedly. The result is that the risks are a function of the application to which the machine learning and AI models are put. And this leads to the question about single points of failure and the side effects of becoming increasingly dependent on these pieces of software. That leads to a very important point about responsibility and the responsible development and use of software. It leads to questions of ethics in research and academia. What kind of research do you perform, and under what conditions? How does business apply and use these artificial intelligence and machine learning tools and software in general? And finally, how are these systems governed? And we've been hearing some major and important initiatives. Now, to come to your specific question about information sharing, there are several obvious things that we would want to share. The first one is the source of the training material. Where did this content come from? When these machine learning systems are actually used, it's important to have some idea of how the source material was actually applied, and so we can have some sense of judgment about the quality of the resulting system. We also need to be able to understand under what conditions these systems will misbehave. It's become more and more difficult to predict because the systems are so complex, and their function is less like the if-then-else kinds of software that I grew up with, and more like a highly probabilistic system that has a probability of being correct and a probability of being not correct. So if we're going to share information, we should be able to share our experiences. We should be able to alert the consumers and users of these applications as to the potential hazards that they might encounter. I would like to applaud the European Union's effort to grade the risk factors of applications. So there are some high-risk applications like healthcare, health advice, medical diagnosis, which should get considerably more scrutiny, the software that's used to provide those services, whereas if it's just entertainment, perhaps the risk factor is lower. I suspect I've run way over my time, as I can see our moderator wielding her microphone. So I'll stop there, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vinsoff. I wish I had more time. However, now I would like to invite Ms. Won to respond to the same question.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Japanese government, our host country. Singapore has always cared a lot about AI governance. We had an AI model governance framework in 2018, which we updated in 2022, and are now working on the next update. In June of this year, we launched the AI Verify Open Source Foundation to have a conversation and a global platform for discussion on AI governance issues. And we also wrote a discussion paper highlighting some of the risks and issues, as well as practical solutions to deal with generative AI, its risks and potential pathways forward. Specifically on this question, we do think that there is space for policymakers and industries to co-create a shared responsibility framework as a first step in order to clarify the responsibilities of all parties.
talk to me, but I was just trying to finalize because she was asking me to review her speech, and so I was trying to help her. I'm just waiting for her to arrive, but I think that it will be around questions 4 and 5.
4 and 5.
Yes, about the technological developments, technical standards, and also about research institutions, organizations.
I'm going to make a note
Yeah.
to do that and direct those questions to her.
Okay, very good. So she will probably start and say that she will address the questions, both 4 and 5, but she will probably touch on other topics of the session as well, because she was actually preparing for that.
No worries. And she's, I will let her, whatever she wants to answer.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for that. Let's wait for her to arrive, but I'll just confirm, but I think this is most probably the plan, to touch on 4 and 5 mainly. Okay.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
And the idea is each speaker to talk about one question specifically?
No, you can talk about more, but I want to give
No, okay,
the
just
choice
the
to what
direction.
you
Oh,
want
okay,
to
no.
focus on.
Because I was
So I
following
don't
the
want
me.
to ask
Okay.
the question and you're like, I don't want to talk about that.
Sure. Oh, no, I see. I'm Bia Corrales. I'm one of the meetings. Nice to meet you. Oh, sorry.
sorry. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jennifer. I always follow you in the NRI site.
Oh,
You know,
really?
it's and
I talk way
everything.
too much.
No, it's really nice. I always agree with your opinions. It's really nice. So, I'll introduce you straight away. Good session.
Okay, Jennifer. Now this is your session.
This is the NRI session. It's not my session.
Okay.
Yeah. Feel free to, Anu, feel free to talk about, anything that Bangladesh IGF talked about. If there's AI or technology that you think is appropriate, I'll open up the floor. And we already have Kamesh from India IGF who will talk more about Indian point of view and international. It would be nice to hear from Bangladesh.
But Bangladesh is not started on AI policy or anything else, so that this is not right place.
No worries. In the future.
In the future.
Thank you.
Bangladesh also is the local hub. Local hub is one question. Okay, I connect.
Okay. Yes, perfect. Hello? Can the Zoom room hear me right now? This is Jennifer.
Yes, you can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you, Pamela. Umut, I see you in the room. We are going to give you co-host as well. I'm just double checking all of our online speakers. Let me just see if there's anybody else here that needs to be co-host. I see Victor as well. Can we make Victor co-host as well? And I think that should be it. Thank you, all of you. And actually, if I can ask, Pamela, Umut, and Victor,
if you could indicate to me in the Zoom chat which question you prefer me to ask you, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
She's lost. She's trying to find the room, but she's here.
It is far. This one is far. This one is very far. Yes. Yes. Correct. Co-host. Kamesh, I think you should sit up here. Well, my in-person speaker is all gone.
How are we gonna do?
Yeah, I already have 3 that are remote. Hello.
Booklet. Tomorrow.
Kamesh is ISOC ambassador and also via IGF. Tanara is many, many hats, but she will be speaking on behalf of the Brazilian IGF. Yes, because we still missing 1 or 2.
Só uma coisa, just a minute, sorry. Eu combinei com ela então que ela vai te fazer as perguntas 4 e 5, tá? Que é uma que é aquela de Technological Standards e a outra de Research Institutions, que é a de Research. De pesquisa e tudo mais, mas a gente eu já pensei.
in-person speakers and they're wondering where everyone is. I think I'm missing Urwa from Tunisia. I didn't see this person's name, but oh, she didn't come. So okay, so in that case, may I invite another speaker from Africa region instead? Because I do have Pamela. Okay, in that case, okay, I will do that, and I'll see you very soon. Okay. So Anya is coming right now, Anya Gengo.
Okay.
And
You know, will she go on the stage or?
she may not, but we will see.
There are 6 speakers?
Yes, so
All
this
of them are on
person
site?
is not, this person did not come. So instead, we have Tanara, who is on stage with us. Our speaker, he is not currently on here, but Kamesh will be. Do you need the names for all of them?
Not necessarily, but how many people are online?
Online 3 speakers. So they are already all co-hosts. Yes, they're already co-hosts.
Already? Okay,
Already
thank you very much.
co-hosts, yes. Co-host, co-host, co-host. So 3
Maybe
speakers.
speakers will project something on the screen?
I don't think so. Okay, let me just ask.
Okay.
I can
If
ask.
share the screen, it doesn't matter.
Thank you for your patience. We are waiting for our organizer, and we will begin in a few minutes. We appreciate your patience. Thanks. All right. Thank you so much for your patience, and welcome to the NRI session on community-driven governance for safe AI. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'll be your moderator for this session. I wear a few hats in this space, but for this hat, I am representing the Secretariat of the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF. We have a lot of very interesting viewpoints from across the national, regional, sub-regional, and youth IGF initiatives, and they are going to share with you, especially on the different developments, the topics, the issues,
and all of the policy recommendations that come out from their meetings. The NRI network is a very strong network of 160 plus, and I think still increasing. And we also, hopefully, people in the audience, if you would like to join the Zoom room, you'll also see our NRI colleagues who will be giving their interventions and discussions also remotely. Not everyone is here in Kyoto with us, but of course, this is the Internet Governance Forum, so it is a very good hybrid opportunity for everyone to be able to participate well. Speaking about artificial intelligence, this morning during the opening ceremony, we heard from the Prime Minister of Japan, Kishida-san, about the importance of AI, and he unveiled the plans of the G7 to actually draw up a code of conduct for developers of generative AI. And we also heard from the welcome remarks from Secretary General Antonio Guterres about the establishment of the high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence. With all of this as a backdrop, and also indeed during this very jam-packed schedule of this IGF, you will be noticing an increase of a lot of the sessions that touch upon AI, emerging technology, and specifically on the governance and the safe governance and appropriate governance of this emerging technology. When we're talking about national, regional, sub-regional, and youth initiatives, each of them have different topics that are important in their respective jurisdictions and home regions. And it is really important to remember that AI really holds an immense importance for our societal development and offers a lot of transformative opportunities across various sectors. AI has a potential to enhance efficiency, productivity, and innovation, and drive a lot of economic growth and address a lot of challenges we have in the society. From healthcare, of course, coming out of pandemic, from education to transport and energy, this emerging tech can really revolutionize the processes and improve a lot of decision making. But amidst all of this really good things that AI can bring us, we always have to remember that there are harms, and we definitely need good governance to be able to leverage its actual benefits to humanity. So talking about safe AI, we need policies, we need appropriate regulations and ethical frameworks to guide the development of this. We need to ensure accountability, transparency, and fairness in the design, the deployment and use of AI systems. So what is effective governance, and how can we promote responsible AI development? So I'm very happy to be able to introduce to you the panel of speakers that we have to share with you the different learnings and discussions from pretty much around the globe. Online, we have with us Ms. Pamela Chogo from Tanzania IGF, and she'll be also presenting online. We have yet another online speaker. Apologies if I get your name pronounced wrong. It is Jean Erguth from Germany, and he will be presenting the good discussions and the policy recommendations that came out of Eurodig. We also have Victor Lopez Cabrera, and he will be giving us a flavor from the discussions that were had in Panama IGF. Also online, we have Umut Pajaro Velasquez, and he will be presenting on the good discussions that were had in Youth LAC IGF, as well as Youth Colombia IGF, which will be having its meeting later on this year. So enough of the recommendations and the introductions of the speakers online. And here on the panel, we have with us on the far end, we have Ms. Tanara Lauschner. She will be talking about the developments in Brazil, and she will be representing Brazilian IGF. And right next to me, we have Kamesh, and he is actually an ISOC ambassador for the IGF, so another youth representative and delegate, and he will be presenting the viewpoints from India IGF as well. So I really want to start off with our speaker on stage, if that is okay. And then I will turn to our remote speakers as well online. But first, I really want to ask Ms. Tanara, in terms of Brazil and the development there, what is the crucial points of discussion? Where are the pain points? Where are the recommendations coming from? And what is the most important issues right now facing, I guess, the Brazilian community and also the LAC region? Ms. Tanara.
Thank you, Jennifer. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the IGF Secretariat for organizing this session. And I would also like to thank the host country, Japan, and the local Kyoto team. It's my first time here, and I am excited to learn more about the country. As the coordinator of the Brazilian IGF, I'm keenly aware of the challenges that all teams involved faced in carrying out this event. Congratulations, everything has been executed perfectly. I will try to address both questions, but I will definitely touch as well on other topics of the sessions. Regarding the theme of this session, AI should be recognized as an emergent technology with the genuine potential to transform various social dynamics. For example, concerning scientific discovery, we are on the cusp of a pivotal shift in the trajectory of scientific exploration. As the world delves deeper into the digital era, our collective scientific understanding and discourse are evolving concurrently. This evolution has resulted in an overwhelming volume of data, providing exciting opportunities for computational platforms. The convergence of these societal and technological trends suggests that artificial intelligence will bring a significant transformation. By why? Recently, large language models have demonstrated outstanding capabilities in generating novel content and integrating ideas. They show potential in thinking not just with language, but in logical structures based on code, suggesting they might generate innovative concepts by merging and connecting diverse ideas. However, the strong abilities of large language models compared with challenges concerning interpretability and control. These models, the black boxes, can manifest unintended behaviors, biases, and their decisions frequently lack transparent explanations. In 2020, Brazil established the Brazilian Artificial Intelligence Strategy under the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovations. The objective is fostering innovation, bolstering economic competitiveness, and improving the quality of life for its citizens, always with an ethical and responsible lens. As a multi-stakeholder committee since 1995, CGI.br has collected valuable insights throughout this journey. A multi-stakeholder approach is a set of established practices rooted in the belief that all stakeholders should collaboratively discuss, share ideas, and forge consensus policies. It's a challenging endeavor, but in the same way, the AI policy should be driven by multi-stakeholder discussions while also ensuring the preservation of fundamental rights. This multi-stakeholder model can further enhance international cooperation for ethical AI governance. CGI.pr is conducting the establishment of an artificial intelligence observatory in Brazil. This initiative aims to chart AI governance strategies and regulations, coordinate the development of open data sets for machine learning, training specific to Brazil, and elaborate indicators to track AI research, development, and applications in the country. This observatory is still under construction and we hope it can contribute to AI research in the internet governance community. We must not forget the main characteristics that led the evolution of the internet throughout its history: innovation. The internet and the digital ecosystem must be preserved and leveraged as a key catalyst for innovation, as the basis for development, addressing past, present, and future concerns and technologies, emergent technologies such as artificial intelligence, and so on. In order to extract benefits for people and drive the development of our world with responsibility, fairness, equality, and opportunities for all. All these aspects are also key when looking ahead to the Global Digital Compact, but also to bear in mind the importance of the digital agenda to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals. For now, this concludes my inputs. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanara. A lot of very good developments, especially led by CGIBR, and a lot of interesting discussions also that illustrate the very complex landscape right now that the Brazilian community is talking about. I would like to stay in the LAC region, and that's one of the actually highlights of the NRI networks. We are really spread all over the globe. I'd like now to turn to one of our remote presenters, Victor. Victor, who will give us a little bit of, I guess, the developments covering an emphasis on AI in health and education. Victor, if you're able to take the mic, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate the invitation, and I thank IGF Secretary for inviting us to be presenting our short ideas about these topics. While every sustainable development goal holds significance, my emphasis is on enhancing healthcare and endorsing quality of education because they are the pillars of social development. And in that regard, by 2053, Latin America is predicted to evolve into an aging society, where those aged 60 and above will surpass other age groups in sheer numbers. AI possesses the potential to bolster the silver economy, crafting products and services tailored for the elderly. Ensuring the health and well-being of seniors is crucial, given the limited human resources sometimes we have. AI-driven automation emerges as a valuable ally. While AI's healthcare benefits extend to all citizens, our present focus zeroes on the elderly, especially in this demographic grows rapidly. All sectors, from government to private enterprises, must collaborate on solutions. Recently in Panama, hosted the Ibero-American Forum on the Silver Economy. The event facilitated discussions on digitizing health services with AI and enhancing tech illiteracy among seniors. A standout pilot project features seniors actively working alongside younger tech aides, epitomize the spirit of intergenerational learning. Both groups collaboratively explore tech usage and hone interpersonal skills. Our inspiration is to test telehealth tech tailored for tech-savvy seniors. Through co-creation, seniors have realized the vital role of technology in their daily lives, particularly in activities they hold dear. Simultaneously, the younger generation, aged 17 to 21, experience firsthand the value of human-centered tech deployment, gaining insights into the troves of wisdom seniors possess. This collaboration is spawning new intergenerational initiatives. Furthermore, the inception of AI in education isn't recent. It began with the advent of intelligent tutoring systems some decades ago, predated even sophisticated models like ChatGPT or any other LLM. I was there. I've been 40 years seeing this development. AI's educational journey has witnessed varied outcomes over the years. Moreover, this week, the Latin American Parliament, which is a body of decision makers, headquarters in Panama, has championed the establishment of the Office of the Future, Its mandate is to anticipate technological shifts and prepare for them collectively. Ethical AI discussions dominate its agenda. In testament to this commitment, a Pan-Latin American Assembly will convene in Panama later this year, focusing on collaborative and ethical AI deployment. Now, there are some concerns, of course, because AI has its pros and cons. Independently of the AI variant is used, because AI is a set of different methodologies. It's not one AI. LLM is only one of them. Data remains paramount. In our age of data privacy, informed and arguably enlightened consent becomes essential. The challenge lies in ensuring citizens have the AI literacy now, not only digital literacy, but AI literacy to discern when to share data and when to abstain. Trust lies at the heart of this dynamic, necessitating trust-certified system. AI is multifaceted, with its applications and methodologies continually evolving. Keeping abreast of such rapid shift is daunting. Therefore, I congratulate Brazil for the observatory they are building, because it's going to be key for our region. It's imperative that AI doesn't erode quintessential human skills like empathy, interaction with AI, regardless of its sophistication, doesn't replace genuine human connections. So we must be careful with the use of AI, but we cannot hinder development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor, and thank you also for reminding us really the importance of the multi-stakeholder participation, both in the process of designing how AI should be and the governance, and also in how AI should be used. And there's a very fine nuance there, and that it's very important nuance that we need to take. And also reminding us that, you know, data is paramount. When we're looking at emerging technologies, it is a set of technologies that do then, of course, very quickly manipulate all the data that we have. I'd like to stay in Latin America and go to another remote presenter, Umut, and he will be giving us the outcomes from the Youth Lac IGF, as well as his own expertise on AI. Umut, if you're able to, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Well, as Jennifer well said, I will be presenting mainly the outputs from the Youth Lac IGF that occurred this year in August, related to AI and emerging technologies. This is a summarized version of what the people presented during the 3 days of discussions. And for me, it's a quiet demonstration or a comprehensive of the multifaceted challenge and prospect that AI and emerging technologies has. The main thing that we discussed here was the global inclusivity in AI governance. Specifically, it was reiterated that AI governance should be transcend geographical boundaries and not be monopolized by the global north. Because if we want to create a resilient framework and promote meaningful partnerships, require the incorporation of perspectives and traits from the global south, because the majority of the world lives in the global south. This is a way to ensure the development and regulation of AI technologies consider the diversity of needs and contexts of these nations. Also was emphasized the critical integration of human rights approach into each phase of the AI's life cycle. This entails emphasizing the rights of underrepresented and marginalized communities, such as Black, indigenous people, people of color, LGBTQI+ communities, women, and children. It was considered that by prioritizing these rights, AI technologies will have the potential to empower and uplifting these vulnerable groups and not harm them, as is happening right now, especially in some social media platform or another representations that AI, the generative AI, is having. Also, it was a consensus amongst the different stakeholders that were part of the conversation during the July IGF that AI regulation should oversize and should not be sole responsibility of governments, private sector, or academia acting independently. Because true progress in these aspects necessitates a cooperative effort among all the stakeholders engaged in the designing, developing, implementing, and use of this technology. Because only through collective action can we effectively tackle the multiple challenges that AI is presented to us. Also, some participants expressed their concern regarding the multiple dangers of generative AI. We emphasize in disinformation and deepfakes, and may have severe, and how this can have severe repercussions, particularly in political campaigns. Here in Latin America, that kind of strategy are used a lot. So the call was to implement a strategy that to mitigate risk should be essential element of AI governance frameworks. That means that not only this should be a responsibility for the governments, but also for the private sector to tackle this kind of risks, the kind of risks, in order to preserve the integrity not only of the information, but also all the democratic processes. Also, it was highlighted the environmental impact of AI and emerging technologies, emphasizing the necessity of addressing the consequences of widespread AI implementation. Moreover, it is also crucial that the advancement of this technology doesn't increase the digital divide, particularly in rural regions and among indigenous populations. It is necessary to consider language barrier and cultural sensitivities to guarantee that these technologies are comprehensive and are made for everyone. This implies to have a universal acceptance from the design stage of these technologies. Finally, was also addressed the need to review and strengthen the data protection rules, not only for AI technologies, but also for the future development such as quantum computing, because data plays a central role on internet and internet governance. So robust safeguards are essential to secure not only privacy, but also a more secure evolving technological landscape as it is internet. And that was in general all the outcomes that came from the July IGF this year. So thank you.
Thank you, Umut. That was a very wide-ranging and very fulsome output that the Youth LAC IGF has discussed, all the way ranging from ethical guidelines, regulatory frameworks, to even the environment, and also really bring it back to the most important part. It has to be human-centric. So now I want to move from Latin America, the GRULAC region, all the way back to our region that we are in right now, which is Asia Pacific, and specifically India. So Kamesh, can you tell me a bit about, since I know that your day job is also particularly looking at these policies, especially with policies in AI, how can the development, design, deployment, and auditing of AI to be shaped to prioritize these ethical considerations?
Thanks for that question, Jennifer. And like some great points have come out from diverse regions. I try to not repeat myself and try to give some unique perspective here. I'll come to India part towards the end of my intervention. I had some 3 points to add here. Starting with like, very well, like, articulated question, I must say, in terms of like the development, deployment, and like, auditing. So here, I guess like, just coming from the status quo itself, like we all know that like there are various frameworks available out there which talks about different principles and like what should be done and etc. and stuff at different stages. But one aspect that is very important as we move forward, thinking about how can we make AI technology utilization more responsible, is to like think a little bit from like the intervention perspective itself, from an ecosystem perspective, where we do see that like when you talk about designing, at the designing level, there are like key stakeholders are involved, right? Like which starts from like technology companies themselves, and then comes your AI developers. And AI developers are not necessarily the people who are actually deploying such technologies. And then when it comes to deployment stage, there are like AI deployers, and also you have like people like who actually like in the ground deploy. If I could give an example, you started with healthcare. Within healthcare, like maybe there's some company who's actually like developing a health technology using which is like emphasized on AI, and that might be bought or like brought by the hospitals, and ultimately it has been like operationalized or used by doctors or healthcare professionals. So across this chain, if you see, there are various stakeholders involved, and everybody has responsibilities to add towards like ensuring at the ecosystem level, when the AI is used, it has to be used responsibly. So figuring out those nuances is what like I think is the way forward in terms of like making this technological use way better. Nobody's denying that like the technology brings out the most positive outcomes in most of the critical sectors. So just to make it even more work better, I guess like looking it from the ecosystem perspective is important. The second point I wanted to talk about is that like some of the principles that are already available, right? Like the human-centered AI principles, trustworthy AI, or explainability, and etc. and etc. So here, I guess like to an extent, we are seeing consensus across the globe, right? Like, or within the domestic, paradigms. There is a consensus in what are the principles we really striving towards, like, the utilization of AI, or like the way it has to be designed and like deployed and etc. But like, I guess like a little bit more nuance, I guess like NIST does a little bit of this work, is nuance is needed in terms of operationalization aspect, which I guess like has to like, kickstart a little bit more when we talk about like, like if I could give an example, we talk a lot about principles like human in the loop, right? But that principle, when it comes to operationalization across the AI lifecycle, they mean differently. So we need to bring such differences out, and for different stakeholders, as I was mentioning in my previous point, also means differently. If I could give an instance, human in the loop as a principle, maybe at the planning stage might mean that you have to engage with stakeholders, or like, bring in the people who will be impacted by this. But at the same thing, when it comes to operationalization or in the actual operationalization stage, at that moment, maybe you need to have a human who's actually also supervising whatever is like, put out there. So we need to bring such nuances out, and such that like, it easily can be picked up, whoever is like, they're developing or deploying the technology, to understand their responsibilities and use it safely. Now coming to like my final point in terms of like, where is like, what is India doing, and, and everything and stuff. Like any other nation, like is obviously like, India is also looking upon like, how can we make this technology utilization to the max. But here, the nuance here is like, I guess like Victor also pointed out a little bit, is that how can we balance this with innovation? Right, like AI is a cut-through innovation, and that's going to pick up the at least the global south in terms of like how they are going to like excel in the future. So we need to find that balance, and that's what like India's like does it, and they did a very good job there in the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which came out like very recently, where we try to like look two different aspects, which is both like how to use the value of data, as well as like protecting the privacy. So similarly, something is happening within the AI ecosystem as well. Second point here within the sub-point within this itself is that like we all know that India is the chair for GPAI this year. So one of the key aspect which has been like our minister has been also putting it out is that what could be a well thought through regulatory framework, or let's take it, and when we talk about regulatory framework, there's also a connotation. Regulatory framework means compliance and like that's going to come from the government, but the regulatory framework can be anything, right? Like it can be also market enabling mechanisms that the government might be thinking about. So that is something that it's going to be one of the themes which has been like suggested through the GPAI that India will be chairing. Also like there, I guess like one key aspect, any of these forums or like any bilateral or multilateral forum should be striving towards this consensus building. Because like at this moment, everybody is doing something or the other when it comes to like, regulatory aspects and principles and etc. But like one aspect that like we see consistently is principles. So we need to hold to that point and try to see like that can be a conversation starter at a global level for us to like have a conversation that like, okay, you also talk about this principle, I also talk about this principle. Can we come together? So I guess that is what is like key, importance. And I think like that's also something that we might be seeing in the GPI this year happening. So I'll stop there and I can come in later. Yeah.
Really, is this on? Yeah. Really appreciate, Kamesh, you bringing in the flavor and nuance, especially with India becoming the chair of the GPAI later on this year. And I'm going to abuse my hat as a moderator just very briefly, just to kind of add to the context from Asia Pacific, since my hat as the Secretariat of the APR IGF. This year too, we had discussions on the contours of AI regulation. And I think I want to highlight and pick up on one of the points you said. There are so many different regulatory frameworks, and everybody is trying right now very quickly to develop good practices and best practices. I think the most important part is that this is somehow coordinated and somehow not so much harmonized in the fact that we are actually leveraging and not redoing and reinventing the wheel as we move forward together. So cannot stress enough the importance of multi-stakeholder collaboration. Just echoing what the SG said this morning, having a high-level body to look, oversee this thing, as well as some very important and strategic collaboration, both within the Asia-Pacific region and to all the regions around the globe. Enough about Asia for now. I would like to now move over to the Africa region, and we're going to be moving over to another online speaker, Pamela Chogo. If you are able to, we would love to hear a little bit more about the good discussions that came out of Tanzania, and I guess in general also from the Africa region. Pamela, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Pamela.
Okay, thank you. As mentioned, my name is Pamela from Tanzania. I'm a researcher and a lecturer working so much around natural language processing. So from our side, we had a long discussion during our IGF in line with AI and what is happening, because so far we are enjoying the benefits, but at the same time, we see a lot of challenges around. So in our context, unfortunately, we are also still working on filling up the digital gap. So we see that technology is moving so fast when you're trying to fill up the digital gap, but then now we have to be talking about AI. And there is a bit of scare because the level of understanding of AI is still very low. Those in the digital space, some of the developers are not much aware on how to develop AI solutions. But also when you come to the users, we have users who are using AI, but some of them, or many of them, are using it unknowingly. They don't even know that they're using AI. But on the other side, we also have the community at large, which is also contributing towards AI, but they don't really know, or they don't really understand that in their daily activities, they are contributing to AI. So this calls up a long discussion, and we see that there's a great need for increasing awareness on AI, because many see AI as a technical aspect, but looking at AI, it is basically a social technical aspect, and it really needs to be looked upon on the both sides. So on our side, we suggest that there's a great need for AI advocacy and awareness so that people can understand more. And here it will help us ensure there's fairness, there is explainability, there's robustness, transparency, and also data privacy taken into consideration. So we need to look at all aspects from the people side, like their general understanding of AI, but as the other speaker mentioned, considering other aspects such as culture, diversity, background in developing and the use of AI. But we also have to look at the process of developing the AI. For instance, when you talk of AI, you talk about data. So how are we gathering the data? Here it comes to the issue of consent during data collection. But it also comes into the data collection process. How ethically are we doing this? But also the technical tools. A great understanding is needed on the models, the frameworks that are in place. And the developers should be in a position to share with us, be transparent, and tell us the models that they are using, the frameworks that they are using, and if possible, the reusability of these frameworks and models should be easily done. So as I mentioned, we emphasize on awareness creation, and it should consider or start with the policymakers, developers, users, and the community at large. Ethics in data collection should be ensured, validity and accuracy. And here I can share a bit of my experience as I started working with NLP. I actually did not get a straight line towards how should I go with the data collection process. So I had to read several documents to find the right path that would be ethical. So if we have something that can guide all of us, that we can all follow, then it would make the process more smooth. But also, what are the standards? For instance, when you train the model, you have the aspects of accuracy. So what would be the best standard? Is it 95%, 98%? And what happens to that 5% or 2% that we have ignored? So maybe it might have effects in one way or another. So I'm happy that you briefly mentioned about what was discussed in the opening session, and you mentioned something about the code of conduct, and I am so happy to hear that, because for me, my main suggestion was the world should now look at AI as the way we look at environment, and let's say the way we look at climate change, and maybe come up with an AI convention where everybody would have to adhere to, and it doesn't matter you are in which part of the world, you have to align and follow. And I think this will create a safe space where we can all enjoy the benefits of AI without affecting anyone. Thank you. So that's my contribution for now.
Thank you so much, Pamela. And thank you for also highlighting the importance of the different levels of development and awareness around artificial intelligence. We need to have, as Umut has already talked about, AI literacy. In addition to digital literacy and all of that, AI literacy is also extremely important. The capacity building around that and awareness around that is very important, because AI at the heart of it is a tool for us to improve our human societies, and how we learn to use this tool, how we are aware of when we can deploy this tool is extremely important. I want to wrap this first kind of opening remarks from speakers and end in the European region. And really, for Jern, I'd like to ask a little bit more, because I know Eurodic talked quite a lot about AI and emerging technologies, but specifically on how the IGF and the Global Digital Compact are looking at this in particular. And I know, Jern, you also have some slides, and if you would like to share those, your floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm a Eurodic subject matter expert for human rights and privacy, and also affiliated with the University of Geneva. And the Eurodic has participated in the UN Secretary General Global Digital Compact process, and has submitted one chapter on AI that you see here. And we have mentioned all the issues: transparency, explainability, discrimination, human-centered AI, data governance, data protection, and privacy, data sources that are all around trust. And the sad truth is that at least some of them cannot be achieved with the current technology. We cannot have transparency, explainability. We don't know whether systems will discriminate or, sorry, and we have still data protection issues. So these things well, have to be dealt with or have to be solved in some way, but we cannot just say, well, let's do some regulation and then we'll have it. Interestingly, the EU, when the EU started to draft the regulatory framework for AI in 2021, they were not aware of large language models like ChatGPT. And when they became aware, they quite a lot changed the already drafted AI Act. And this means that we have to be aware that new applications, new technology advances will change how we need to regulate. And particularly also applications will require change there. So we see that we should agree on a global set of core principles, like that humans should ultimately remain in control, have oversight, and should remain responsible. And I agree, of course, with Umut that there is room for interpretation there, and that we need to have a flexible model to act on new technological developments and applications. The multi-stakeholder approach and cross-regional dialogue are key for ensuring harmonization and offer support for cross-border use cases. Since some regions and state might also have different concerns, different attitudes and culture, policymakers should be able to adapt quickly to these general principles through concrete instruments to their own situation. So one rule that is carved in stone and is valid for everybody will not solve it. So we need to have a flexible tool. And for example, when you look at education, I think Eurotech has had a session on AI in education, LLMs in education, and we see children are amongst the most vulnerable population. But children will also be required to use new technology in the future. It doesn't make sense to teach them the skills that were required in the past. They need to work with new tools. Students need to be able to study AI. Research is essential and should not be restricted by regulation. Investment in educational programs and raising awareness is needed to help users understand AI technology, to understand the benefits of this technology as well as the risk of this technology. Neighboring technology like robotics, IoT, as well as future technology like quantum computing also need to be taken into account when they become available. Current ongoing regional and global initiatives on collaboration and information sharing should be supported. So it is, as was said already before, the multi-stakeholder approach here is very important and should not be replaced by one uniform regulation that everybody has to adhere to in the same way. We need to continue with the multi-stakeholder approach, particularly because technology is changing fast and is revolving. So I don't want to speak too long, thank you, and I will be looking forward to the further discussion.
Thank you so much, John. I think Eurodic did a very comprehensive discussion, especially on the implications of AI. And I think we can all agree that having core principles when we're looking forward to creating a regulatory framework or any kind of framework is extremely important. And you've also jumped ahead to our discussion, hopefully, that we'll have right now with the audience in the floor and online about how the NRIs can commit to actions. And I think, Eurodig should be sharing this already, have probably shared this already to the NRI network, but this is something that we can probably build on and actually implement as well, I think. So now I'd like to open the floor to any questions we have. I already know that there is a question from the Bangladesh Remote Hub that they'd like to take the floor. But anybody in the audience, if you do have a question, I think we're able to... I'm not sure if there's any roaming mics around or if there's a mic. I think I see a mic stand over there. So I think perhaps if you do have any questions or any suggestions, or if you want to also share your perspective from your region or your jurisdiction, I think that would be very helpful. So first, I'd like to see if we can give the mic to the Bangladesh Remote Hub, if you will allow them to unmute themselves and ask their question. If you're able to give Bangladesh Remote Hub co-host rights so they can unmute. Thank you.
Thank you, respected moderator, Ms. Jennifer Chang, for giving me such golden opportunity to place my question in this important forum. I am Shahinara Begum from Bangladesh, working as an individual consultant in Development Center. Today's topic is very important, artificial intelligence, which is a field combines with computer science and robust data sets for problem solving. But it could be, I think it could be very strong instrument to cross the boundary for learning and doing our daily basis work very quickly and hassle. My question is that in the developing countries, in the context of our socioeconomic status and other scenarios, most of the people are far behind from the internet connectivity and the electronic devices. In this context, how we can be benefited from these services, that means avail the artificial intelligence services. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my dear, another participant is having a question. Can we wait?
Okay, from the same room. Yes, you can ask your question as well. Please go ahead.
My name is Yasan Babsha, I chair of the Bangladesh Youth IGF. My question is youth-centric. How we can use artificial intelligence in education for reskilling and upskilling for youth in the developing country? Thank you.
I'm so sorry. The second question was not quite audible. If you could either repeat the question or type it in chat, I'll be happy to read it out.
Can you hear me, dear moderator? Can you hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I am repeating my questions. My question is totally youth-centric. That is, how we can use artificial intelligence in education for reskilling and upskilling for youths in the developing country.
So we're also relying on the captioners to capture the question. I think it said how we can leverage artificial intelligence in agriculture in developing countries. I'm just, and education as well, right? Just confirming that is your question?
Okay, how artificial intelligence can emulate their opportunity reskilling and upskilling for youths in the developing countries?
Now we hear, yes, upskilling for youth. So there's the two questions from Bangladesh Remote Hub. One is regarding, if the developing countries, there are citizens who are still, there are issues about connectivity, how can they leverage and benefit from artificial intelligence? The second one is regarding the upskilling of youth in this respect. I see somebody in the line, so we'll take this question and then we'll go to the panelists. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Jennifer Ponslake from Gambia NRI. My question, I want to reference my colleague from India in regards to use of generative AI and data governance. How do you think at a local level with our national NRIs we can be able to use that to impact the growth of digital governance in our respective countries? Thank you.
Thank you, Ponslet. So, do we have any panelists who wants to answer the first two questions? If not, I think I'll go directly to Kamesh to answer the third one, since it was directed to you, and then we can go backwards to the other two questions. Kamesh?
Thank you so much. I didn't quite catch his name, but Ponsolet. Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And I guess data governance is very close to me. And that's a very interesting question because, sometimes we think these legislations are only catering to specific kinds of technologies, but they might not. How the legislation like Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, which is very, very new for India, which we just got in passed, is going to be applied for within the AI technologies. Is also from, I can't give much experiences from India because we just have an act and we will be going forward and we will be seeing it. But one aspect which has been specifically important when we talk about data governance and artificial intelligence is how way forward can we use publicly available personal information. So that is a very key aspect, and that's also something that we have to be talking about, because at this moment, whatever the innovations or technologies that AI, any algorithms behind AI is to scrape data which is available out there to provide the service. But how such technologies can be seen, used a way forward with the data protection regulation in a place is something we have to look. So another aspect, as you were asking about some learnings, as I said, in India, we still have to learn. But one learning from, at least from globally, is that is consent used as an artifact for, utilization of or processing of the data. So I guess with emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and IoTs and etc., I think there's a crucial question for us to answer right now is consent the way forward, right? So we need to also start thinking as we move forward and as the technologies are evolving and emerging, we need to also figure out some new ways in which we can safeguard our data, where I guess certainly consent or any other older mechanisms, obviously there is merits to them, but we also have to evolve and have more options, because I can't really see such a artifact can be applied in a generative AI kind of a situation, right? So I guess that's one learning for any new jurisdictions moving towards the data protection regulations, to consider more innovations within regulations, which could actually also work in tandem with the innovations that are happening in technologies. So that's my answer, and I hope that helps. Thank you.
Let me try to answer the first and the second questions. I think offline AI applications can be utilized, such as language translation tools and health diagnostic apps that function without continuous online access. But it is difficult to imagine how people that don't have connection and don't have don't have money to access this kind of devices can improve their life with these solutions. But in agriculture, I don't remember the name of the the man that speak. AI can enhance farming methods by predicting weather or potential threats, with finding reliable farmers during sporadic internet availability. Furthermore, community centers in remote areas might host AI-driven services offering local residents insights from educational to health-related applications. Even without consistent online access, AI's transformative potential can still be harnessed in diverse and impactful ways.
Thank you, Tanara. That is extremely important when we're looking at developing countries about, what is the benefits when we're still looking at problems of access, when we're still looking at problems of connectivity, when we're still looking at problems of actually getting people online. How can they benefit from AI? I'd like to turn also to get a little bit of a response from Pamela as well, since she mentioned specifically from Tanzania the need to have this capacity building and awareness, because there are already other issues and problems that are facing the community there. So Pamela, maybe a little bit of a response from you regarding that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, and I think as we all know, most of African countries are still struggling with resources. But I see AI being of great benefit. I would say bringing up community solutions. So it might be difficult as an individual to access a certain service, but this service through AI can be beneficial in a community context. For instance, in health or in agriculture, you can have an AI solution that, let's say, can help in prediction, as mentioned in agriculture, or can also be used in health sector. Now, it is not important for an individual to have this device for AI to assist, but this device can be present in the hospital, and hence can solve the problem of lack of experts as well as lack of other resources. For instance, in my test, in my studies, I am developing a chatbot to be used in agriculture, and the problem I am solving is lack of extension offices. So with this particular chatbot, it can be used in a community where they can access the information, they can access the knowledge collectively. So yes, we have challenges, but I believe with what we already have, we can still get benefits out of AI.
Thank you so much, Pamela. That is extremely important as well to keep in mind. For the question about the upskilling for youth, if I could ask Umut to elaborate a little bit more specifically, since you had some very good learnings coming out of Youth Lack IGF. What should we do to upskill youth to, the dangers or the benefits, or even just the general use and tools for AI and generative AI, actually? Umut?
Well, when it comes to youth, and well, as was mentioned before, especially because if we are in the global south countries, we pretty much know all of us have access to these technologies. That's probably that part of the question was also about that, how we benefit from this kind of emerging economies when we are youth, when we start to use AI technologies. So for me, mainly is to find ways to make it more access, because AI can be like access in a way that can be more like engaging. Also provide more like a hands-on experience to you, so they can understand how the tools are being actually applied in the real life, and how can they benefit from it, and how they can actually enrich the processes. I don't know, in spaces like work, education, and another like that. Because we know there are risks, but we can also know there are benefits. So we should focus also on that aspect of AI too. But for that, we need to know how to use the different tools, and to do it, we had to be with them in our everyday life. Also, for some another way to or skills or abilities in AI is to reach with people that already manage this kind of tools and learn from them. And also, finally, what I can say is when we try to skill ourselves, it's better if we do it as a community, because AI is a collaborative field, and it's important to create this kind of community, especially when we are young, so we can like learn and help from each other. And we can do it in several ways, like, I don't know, online, or probably developing some kind of hackathons when you have several people with different expertise trying to understand how a tool is being used, or how you can improve that thing or that tool. So yeah, there's several ways you can do that and benefit not only in the educational aspects, but also in another aspects in our lives. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Umut. I also want to pose these questions actually to Victor and John, if you wanted to respond on any specific questions that were asked regarding either the upskilling of youth or the other question on how Global South and developing countries can actually benefit from AI, and that's besides the actual directed question over to Kamesh. But we'd like to hear from you too if you'd like to intervene.
Yes, please. If I may?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, there was a question about data governance, and data governance is not only data protection, but there is a specific data governance, and the EU, for example, has passed a Data Governance Act. And when you look at AI, it is important that there is no monopoly on the training data. And this has been addressed by the EU Data Governance Act. And of course, this is also very important for developing nations, for small and medium enterprises, for startups, that there is no monopoly on the training data. And so big companies are requested to share data that can be used for training purposes. And also, when you look at copyright, if the copyright is being extended, then this might be a barrier to using freely available data for training purposes. So it is very important to have an equal access to AI technology, that there is no monopoly on the data. And this does not, this is something that is exists besides data protection. Data protection is about personal data, and this training data does not have to be personal data, but it can be any kind of data that is necessary for training AI systems. And I think it would be very important for the Global South that they too can access this data, and that there are no barriers to access the data to train systems.
Well, may I?
Please go ahead, Victoria.
Okay, I'm going to address the last one and then go upwards. From having, I think it's wonderful having data sets available and not having a monopoly. The situation is that the Global South has to provide data also so that the algorithms can actually model our specifics in our countries with our context. I can pinpoint an example. I mean, if you have like biomarkers for elderlies, they are not the same ranges. If you are in Brazil, you are in Panama, probably will be the same. But if you are in Europe or North America, the nutrition factors, the culture will affect the ranges. Medical doctors have to decide how to do, for example, automatic telemonitoring of health for elderlies. And we saw that problem because we were trying to do some diagnostics, and then the ranges were not exactly appropriate for people who were in the countryside doing agriculture, because they are not the same, it's not the same body, not the same metabolism. So the South and the developing countries need to contribute more data in order so that the data sets are enriched and actually there are no biases, more biases. That's one thing. And I don't know what would be the best way to do that, but I know the need, because you need to do that so that the probabilistic models of computations of the models can be adjusted. In terms of the digital divide, well, that's going to be a really hard one. In my opinion, Panama has only 4 million people. It's a very tiny country, very small. You can go all over the place. And still we have a divide, especially after the pandemic. Those who do not have devices, those who do have devices, but they do not have access to internet, and those who have none. And it's a really, really nasty problem that governments and private sector, it's not a thing of governments, it's a society as a whole has to establish a way to do that. Computationally, if I may say so, you might work with AI that is connectionless, which means that at some point you can do some work with AI at your cell phones, those small tasks to do some diagnostics or something in the countryside, and whenever you get to a place where you can connect, then you update, and then you can do some more work. So just working at the edge, computing at the edge, trying to do some work over there, and then when you connect, then do that. You have to work on communities. For example, in Panama, in the indigenous people, actually the Internet Society is working, establishing networks, community networks, so that they can have access to internet. And then along with that will come telemonitoring, will come e-learning, will come the other goodies. But it has to be a collective effort, and I've seen working at the community level. I mean, we have to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And with the AI, for skilling and upskilling, with my own students, they are in first year. I didn't teach them ChatGPT. They learned ChatGPT by themselves. I mean, by the time they came, I teach students, freshman students, first year, first time at the university. They already knew that, but they didn't get that at the school, which means there is a fresh mind that you just have to be a mentor. We need less professors and more mentors, people who actually share the learning experience and let them grow, of course, guiding them. And in terms of skilling, well, they're learning some, I put them to work with the elderlies, and both were learning ChatGPT. Can you imagine a person from 85 years old learning ChatGPT from a 17 years old? The kind of dynamics that you can get out of it. So the upskilling and reskilling is not only the technical capabilities, it's actually that you are getting how to be a better human being using technology to learn to teach another human being how to use technology. That's my take on that.
Thank you so much, Victor. I'd like to still, see if there's any more questions both from the floor and also online. I'll give, Nazar, if you're able to go over to the mic.
Sorry, I came in late, but I have a question which I think would have a lot of interest to the key players in the industry. What do you think, what are the considerations for regulation, not over-regulation, but regulations? Because I know whether it is generative or the other side of the artificial intelligence, ultimately each country would at some point make regulations. And what, as professions in this field, what sort of considerations should the policymakers do when doing the regulation for the regulations for the artificial intelligence? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nazar. I actually do see two more questions from the Bangladesh Remote Hub. This is good. This is exactly when you should be asking the questions. I will read them out. The question one is, most of the people in developing countries are far behind in internet connectivity and electronic devices. How can we benefit or enjoy AI services or facilities? I think this question was already answered. Oh, and the second one was also answered too. So actually, it's just Nazar's question. So I think both Kamesh and Jen did touch on the regulatory framework. So if I could touch on both of you first to intervene, and then we'll go to the concluding remarks for the speakers. Kamesh?
Thank you so much for that question. And I will also keep some points for the concluding remarks in terms of what's the way forward. Just targetedly answering to that question is any consideration at the regulatory level has to take into consideration the innovations and the positive angle that the technology is bringing out. So what kind of a regulatory lever are we moving towards in terms of taking any interventions? Has to consider that that is it's implementable in terms of understanding the nuances of the emerging technologies, and it has to be implementable. And B, it is that it should not disrupt. So because especially in the developing countries, such a innovation now becoming trying to solve a lot of your traditional problems in critical sectors. So let's actually try to look at one side it's solving the problems, but in terms of also making, while it solves the problem, it should not create problems. So how can we make those checks and balances at a balanced level is what has to be done. But I'll come in and in the concluding remarks more.
Thank you, Kamesh. And Jen, your take on the regulatory frameworks?
Well, the approach the EU takes is a risk-based approach, meaning regulate harshly where there's high risk and regulate almost not where there's no or almost no risk. Of course, this is difficult to assess what kind of risk is really involved, particularly when you see systems like LLMs that can be used for fun with no risk, or for serious purposes with quite a considerable risk. So I'm not sure if this approach will be the best approach, but at least I think it's a reasonable approach to start with. So look at the risk, look at the applications, and then regulate the applications using AI and not regulate the technology per se that can be used in quite different ways.
All right, Jen, thank you so much. It is really important to also, note that the EU specifically is more advanced in looking at the regulatory framework. So it is good to also see the comparison between the regions as well. I'm not sure, Victor, Pamela, or Moot, if you would like to also intervene on that regulatory framework question. If the answer is no, maybe if we can have a last call for any burning questions from the floor or online. I think the answer is no. So maybe if we can ask our speakers to really give us some, what the NRIs can do, like the actions that we can take forward, or really just concluding remarks. What is the main takeaway you would like us to remember coming out of the session? If we can start with Victor.
Well, I think NRIs are doing exactly what they should do with these sessions and with the opportunity to distribute and explain what is happening and see the actors. In one thing, explainable, for example, explainability was a characteristic of the expert systems of the 70s and the 80s. And the researchers at that time said if a computer cannot explain its behavior, people will not trust it. So it's not something new, because human beings do not trust another human being that cannot explain why and how. So, but the problem with LLMs is that they are black boxes, and due to its mathematical and computational nature. And finally, I would say that's the responsibility of being explained by research organizations and academic institutions to help the citizens to understand what are the shortcomings, what are they good for, and just fade away a little bit from Hollywood. Because sometimes people just get scared just because they think the world is gonna come down to, to something else like the Matrix, and it's not gonna happen near soon. But at the same time, we have to explain that you have to take some responsibility of what they do with AI. Because it's not only who develops, it's the one who uses it, and uses it well. That's it.
Thank you, Victor. Yes, everybody needs to take responsibility for that. Pamela, your concluding remarks and takeaways?
Thank you. What I would wish to say is just reminding each other that AI is a global aspect. So we should not look at it as a threat, but rather learn and work together to ensure that we enjoy the benefits it brings. So let's have more discussion forums. Let's share our work and build the AI we want. The AI code of conduct or AI convention is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Yes, that is very important, building the AI we want. Umut, your takeaways and any commitment to action?
Well, my invitation is not only to continue with these spaces or when we can have this kind of discussion and share on what is going on in our region on a national level, but also to commit ourselves to share what we discuss inside of the intergovernmental spaces to our governments or to the final users of this kind of technologies. Because sometimes we are missing that aspect. The human aspect in the use of these technologies. We always talk about that we need to have a human-centered AI, where the human-centered AI start for focusing in the users of these technologies.
Thank you, Umut. Jen, if I would turn to you, I know there's a comprehensive call to and commitment to action, but your takeaways as well?
Well, I would like to stress that flexibility is key because we don't know what applications will be there. We don't know what practical risks there will be. So we really need flexibility. And to give you one example, explainability. We said in the discussion that explainability is not really there. So you could either resort to some fake explainability, just some general explainability that does not explain the decision that you are presented with, or you could look for some different mechanism that solves maybe at least a little bit of the problem. For example, you could give the system to the users and tell them, well, you can play around with it. You can see which parameter you need to change to get to a different decision. So you don't know really why the system has reacted, but you know what would have needed to be different to get a different outcome. And I think this little example shows that we really need to be creative, need to look at flexibility, and we need to adjust regulation. And the EU has been trying to be at the forefront of regulation and trying to regulate technology before it's there. And this approach has limits, and we need to be flexible. We know we need regulation now, but we also know that we don't really know how the regulation needs to look like in 10 years.
Thank you, Jen, for the reminder to be flexible. That is extremely important. Tanara, your concluding remarks and just main takeaway?
Thank you, Jennifer. I also believe that discussions like these are really important for us to move forward to develop a community-driven governance for safe AI. In the last edition of the Brazilian IGF this year, discussions on criteria for human review of automated decisions, the intersections between AI, privacy and data protection, digital sovereignty, etc. We discussed all these issues on the Brazilian IGF, and also took place in Brazil this year, the Lusophone IGF, yes, where we discussed the implementations of the Portuguese language in AI models and data sets, and vice versa. In this sense, we should commit to fostering more debates and actions, both within the Brazilian IGF community and among NRIs as a network. I think international cooperation are essential steps in ensuring AI inclusivity on a global scale. The trust is really important. We need to trust in AI systems, but for that it is necessary to know how they work, what they do and what they don't do, and what we don't want they do. When discussing AI, we must ensure it's used to enhance our digital landscape responsibly, with guidelines that prioritize human well-being and involve input from all stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, especially the point on trust. I guess like that's the key, and like, you know, what they don't want to do is also important. Adding to like some of your points itself is that like my final remarks would be like two important things, or the takeaways that we have to do is that we need collaboration and coordination. When I talk about coordination, I think like there's a lot of coordination needed at like, you know, a global level. Like various entities have to come together who have an interest in like, you know, taking forward these conversations. But like, I think like the only interest that we need at this moment is like how they all come together. So, and like have a conversation and where that conversation starts. And I guess like that's going to be very revolutionary. And second thing, when I talk about collaborative, I think like, you know, especially your point and also somebody from online also mentioned, is that collaborative is important, that the public, when I talk about public, is like how the government and the privates can come together, right? Like sometimes we have been talking a lot about the regulatory frameworks and etc. and stuff, where, you know, legislations or rules and guidelines and etc. like one way of looking at, you know, regulatory frameworks. But like how can also one of the mandates or like one of the ways, the, you know, one of the principles of like the governments and like etc. is to also ensure market works, right? So for that, like you can also use market mechanisms where as we move forward, like all of like I guess like all of these conversations become fruitful if the the end stakeholders who are the developers and deployers use such frameworks. For that, I think there is a need for a buy-in from such stakeholders itself. I guess like one way of doing it is compliance, but that's a burden, especially for a technology which is like still evolving and like especially in the developing countries. So we need to figure out a way in which like we make such governance frameworks are picked up by the market by themselves, right? Like where they start seeing a value proposition, a competitive advantage in doing, as you mentioned, the trust, right? Trust could be one of the like aspects where like they start seeing that as a value proposition, and maybe using a responsible AI framework or such principles can bring trust. I think that link as like how we actually like show the pathways. Sometimes like when we talk about like regulations and like frameworks, it's always negatively connoted that like they are like going to bring burden and compliance. But I think the conversation or the the nuance behind this has to be shifted such that we see this as like something that has to be picked up for your better in the on the long run as well. So I guess like these are the the key takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kamesh. I think they have concluded much better than I can encapsulate, but I will end with this. There is a need for trust, there is a need for flexibility in the regulatory frameworks in developing such things. And the most important part is the multi-stakeholder participation, both in designing this process and also implementation and actually deploying the use. So thank you all for your time. Thank you to all of the NRI colleagues for giving us all of these best practices and good learnings. And thank you. Anya, can I check with you if you wanted a picture for the NRIs here, or that is not something that was requested? Okay, if we can quickly come and take a picture, and we can end the session. I mean, we have ended the session, but we'll take a quick picture. Stand in front or up down here? Like, how would you like us? In the front? I was, because I was asking who wanted to ask the question, but they didn't. Thank you so much. So I let them speak.
Please join with us, everybody. Yes, please come. Some can even stand here. Okay, okay, please come, please come. Come closer or? I say AI, you say no regulation. AI, no regulation. Just governance. It's a prank.
Jenny. It was a nice session.
Really?
Yeah.
I wasn't quite sure.
Yeah, I
It
know.
was a bit like, was it that you chose it or you asked them at the
Did you see it?
Yes, yes, I saw it. Thank you so much.
Keep your table easy.
I will. You know that I always unlock my door with your keychain number.
Anya is the admin. Anya. Okay. So, okay. You know what? Just by yes. Or yes, yes, yes. Let me send her. Punchlight, Gambia. Gambia.
Sit in the middle, and you guys sit wherever you want. Many, it's joining in person for sure.
Não, mas tudo que eu falava não prestava atenção nas coisas. Pegava uma palavra ou outra e ficava trabalhando ali. Peraí que eu tenho que
Hello, Manny, you want us all on stage from the beginning? Yes. Where do we have notes?
Somewhere in the middle. And
Let's do hi Dave, so good to see you. Why don't you sit right next to me? Okay, is this the only one? Yeah, I'm sitting in the middle, either side. Let's go. You don't want Raul next to you? Raul chose to sit far away from me, so I guess he doesn't like me anymore. How are you? I haven't had a chance to say hi to you yet. Yeah? Finally, yes. Yes, like us a little bit, yeah. We'll continue to be busy. Did you get a chance to come to any of the highlights we organized? Not yet.
I've been to some biologs. I don't
No, with us.
know Microsoft.
Yeah.
Do you have more coming up?
Yeah, quite a few. Yeah, we're meeting Japan, Switzerland, UK. I'll send you the list. Sorry. Just give me a second, please. Okay, we have 4 more minutes. I'm gonna try and get some water. If I find water bottles, would anybody else want some? Okay, I'm gonna try and get some, and I'll be right back.
Good morning, everybody. It's Jakob from Deutsche. Or good afternoon, rather.
Yes, we're getting at the end of the day here, Jakob. We don't see you on the screen, but I can hear you. Now I see myself.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, there you are. Perfect. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Jakob.
Hi,
Hi,
everybody.
Nina. Hi, Carl.
Good morning. Oh, sorry, afternoon.
Good afternoon, evening, morning, everyone. So great to have the IGF vibe again and have everyone here with us. We're going to give it 1 more minute to see if anybody else still wants to walk through the door and everybody find their seats, and then we're going to jump right through it. All right. I think we are ready here in the room in Japan. Glad to have all our online speakers as well with us as well. So hi everyone, my name is Timur Schutte. I am Global Digital Policy Lead at the International Chamber of Commerce. Welcome to the session number 197, Operationalizing Data-Free Flows with Trust, that the International Chamber of Commerce convened at this IGF. It is a topic that we've heard a lot about already in the past day and today, and a lot more in the past years, especially amid the global health, financial, and geopolitical crisis that we've been living through. We've seen how these pose risks to the very functioning
of a rules-based multilateral system, enacting policy frameworks that enable the open, interconnected, and interoperable nature of the internet has really proved essential, and we've talked a lot about that in the past years. Trusted global data flows are really the engine that moves the internet, that moves innovation, competitiveness, growth, and they are a powerful catalyst of socioeconomic empowerment. However, despite this agreement that we have around their usefulness and potential, we see a growing trend of mistrust in cross-border data transfers, and due to many various concerns such as national security, privacy, or economic safety, and the fear that these very important goals could be compromised if data transcends borders. And this increasingly fuels restrictive policies and measures like digital protectionism, data mercantilism, data localization, and others, which really deepen internet fragmentation, segregating information that underpins a broad range of socioeconomic activities and undermining cybersecurity protection, for example. Unilateral policies such as this exacerbate existing divides and may result in a patchwork of conflicting regulations, discouraging individuals, businesses, governments' participation in a global economy. What the International Chamber of Commerce has called for repeatedly is horizontal, interoperable, and technologically neutral policy frameworks that are really able to unlock the benefits of data while respecting fundamental human rights, including the right to privacy and protecting public safety. This, in our opinion, would reinforce trust in cross-border data flows, boost data-driven innovation, and tap into that socioeconomic potential, the benefits that data has to offer. So there have been notable developments that progress such frameworks that go against the grain of this fragmentation of the data policy space. And there's one of them that is the most quoted these days, with no coincidence that we're here in Japan, is the data-free flows with trust concept that Japan coined a couple of years ago at the G20 summit. Other elements that move towards this direction of enabling policy frameworks are the OECD's Declaration on Government Access to Personal Data held by the private sector entities, and work also in the G7 now to operationalize the FFD with the establishment of the Institutional Arrangement for Partnership. So there's a lot of work ongoing to try and set frameworks for data governance. What we're trying to do today with the panel here and online is to try and make sense of some of these, try and think about why we are talking of data first, secondly, why we are talking about data flows, what are the potential here, what are some of the risks, and see how we move forward to truly operationalize this concept of data-free flows with trust. So with me today, online and here on the panel, I have a panel of experts that have dedicated a lot of time and thought to this topic. So without any further ado, let me introduce them real quickly and then we'll start the conversation. So first we have with us online Ms. Nela Nakama, board member of International Digital Health and AI Research Collaborative. Then sitting to my right, Ms. Sheetal Kumar, head of global engagement and advocacy at Global Partners Digital. To my far left, Mr. Raul Echeverria, executive director, Latin American Internet Association. Online with us, Mr. Carl Gamberg, director of policy development and research at the Internet Society. To my far right, Mr. Dave Pendle, Assistant General Counsel, Law Enforcement and National Security at Microsoft. To my left here, Ms. Marit Palovirta, Senior Director of Regulatory Affairs at the European Telecommunications Network Operators Association. And online with us as well, we have Mr. Jakob Greiner, Senior Vice President, not senior yet, Vice President for European Affairs at Deutsche Telekom. Thank you so much, Jakob. So to start off our conversation, I'm going to turn to first to four of our speakers and ask them to think about what are the commitments that we've had on cross-border data flows, and how are we looking into some of these risks and fragmentations that threaten those commitments that we've had for maintaining data flows. What I'd like our speakers really to talk a little bit about is sharing their views, what steps have been taken so far to operationalize cross-border data flows, and what are some of the necessary principles to enable this. We have a lot to go through, so without further ado, I'm going to turn first to Nena to discuss the importance of data flows and their implications in the development context.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Timia, for having me. So I love to use illustrations. They make things come alive for us. So for those of you who traveled, you are in Kyoto. And when we're talking about data flows, it is not very different from traveling. So you book a flight, you get to the airport, you go through security, you hop on the plane, you trust that you will arrive at your destination, which most of you have. And it is in the arrival of everyone that we can have these and other sessions. And we enrich ourselves for the whole week, and we each go back to the airport, take our flights, go home, and continue the work. So my visual illustration of data flows is actually the same as human flow. So flows follow flows, and data flows is not very different from human flow, or what we call human mobility. Now, why is this very important to me, sitting in Abidjan in West Africa today? The one thing that is important to me is that there is revenue involved. There is money to be made. And this is, like Timia said in her opening speech, it is about growth. It's about growing economies. It's about growing people, growing countries, growing continents. And as an African, this is very, very important to me. So data flows for me is first of all a human development issue. The other point is in the SDGs. We all recall that when we were fighting for these, we said data was at the basis of the SDG, data was a product, data was a driver, and all of that. So we cannot reach our development goals without data. That one is a principle that the whole world has accepted. And while we are working on these principles, that is where our session today comes in. How do we operationalize this? I come from IDA, the International Digital Health and AI Research, and everyone knows that AI is built on data, and if we don't have data, we cannot function, whether it's in its research. Now, applying this to health is really very important to me. We have the principles of data anonymization. I do agree. So as IDA, our whole raison d'etre is built on cross-border data flows. And I want to submit that in many developing countries, we actually need data in agriculture, we need data in education, we need data especially in health. And if data doesn't flow, it's like people don't come. So for me, data flows are very important in critical areas of development. Now, operationalizing it is why we are here. The principles, the understanding. So I'm speaking to people who are travelers, and I want to come back to my initial illustration. We all know that International Air Travel Association exists. It is not run by government alone. There is someone here from law enforcement. There is someone here from the network operators. The network operators are like airline operators, right? And then there is the guy who will check you in, who is just the national security person, right? And there's the other one who will stamp your passport when you arrive, make sure everything is in order. It's a whole ecosystem out there. And that is why it is important that we agree. It is not a government-only issue. And that is my biggest submission today, Timia. I know that some governments have challenges with the internet and how it is built and how it runs. And I want to bring them back to the point that you should not be afraid. We can build trust together. Despite the fact that governments alone do not run IATA, the aviation business still grows. Governments still get their taxes. People like me still get my miles. And you all get your photos with the pilots and all of that. And we'll all come to Kyoto, enrich ourselves, and go home and keep enriching ourselves. So here are my submissions. I know my minutes are few, but please let's understand that flows follow flow, that data flows are like human mobility. We can call it data mobility, and that this is revenue creation. It is in moving, it is in confronting, it is in being used that data gets value. And this movement, this free flow of data, having it in a trusted environment is of use to every single one of us. But it is even more critical for people like me in developing countries, for someone like me in digital health, for someone like me in AI research. Thank you very much for having me. I'm glad that I can participate online, and I'm happy that I can contribute to the flows. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. This was a very inspiring, and thank you for bringing it down to very clear comparisons. I think it's sometimes when we talk about data flows, it's become so esoteric, and you really made that relatable. So thank you for that, and thank you for sharing the perspective also from your home country and your own experience that sometimes is so missed in some of these conversations. And thirdly, thank you for making it clear that trust is based in dialogue and cooperation. I think we take good note of that. Shita, Nena mentioned getting back to the basics and make sure that operationalizing data-free flows really reiterates some of the principles that we all committed to. What are your views on that? And what are those commitments, the baseline principles that you think we should all make to uphold data flows?
Okay, great. Thank you, Timea. It's good to be here and to talk about a topic that is embedded in so many of the discussions that we're having at the Internet Governance Forum. I wanted to highlight 2 points which I think are cross-cutting and important when it comes to principles. One is the importance of a human rights-based approach, and the second is the need to address trends such as data localization and the types of measures that you mentioned earlier, sovereignty, etc., that lead to or that stem from mistrust and that also affect human rights-based approach. And then finally, I wanted to touch upon one point which I think we aren't seeing reflected enough, perhaps in principles, which is about equitable access to data. So on the first point, of course, we do need to recognize that there's a difference between personal data, non-personal data, and I know that fellow panelists will speak to some of that. But either way, frameworks that are underpinned by human rights principles will create and enable clarity and protection of data that is so critical for trust. And that's why I think data protection legislation embodies, of course, a lot of the principles that we require that need to be implemented effectively when it comes to personal data. And for that reason, all cross-border data sharing agreements should reflect and must reflect human rights standards. But on this point, I think one of the areas that perhaps we're not seeing enough engagement with different stakeholders is on the topics of data governance, particularly in some parts of the world where perhaps these discussions are more difficult to access, expensive to engage with. And I just wanted to note that colleagues from Consumers International, and I know some of them are here, held the Day Zero event yesterday where they were addressing some of these discussions and reflecting the need for more digital rights and civil society and consumer groups to be involved in discussions relating to to data governance more generally. And that also it's important to look at the full process. So while the framework that you mentioned, data free flow with trust, considers legal mechanisms, it's important to also consider what happens after data flows when it's stored, the whole life cycle, and how consumers can ensure that their rights are respected throughout that life cycle. And you mentioned the institutional arrangement for partnership, which is looking to operationalize the framework. That's an example of where I think it's very important to reflect the role of civil society in that. And there's a nice infographic on the website that you can access, and there are different stakeholders illustrated there. But civil society, I think, still needs to be reflected in that. It is missing at the moment. Data localization, I mean, this is something that in the data free flow with trust framework is recognized to be a barrier, of course, to data flows. And it stems from various different, different reasons are given for data localization. But as it shows, the World Economic Forum paper on the framework shows that whatever the reasons that are provided for forcing data localization, so forcing data to be stored in servers in country, it doesn't have the effect that is supposedly intended, which is growing the local economy. It actually has detrimental effects to the local economy, and in fact can lead to surveillance and the harming of rights in country as well. So finally, I know I'm running out of time. I just wanted to point to and I think Nena maybe made a mention of this, the importance of recognizing that data, and this might sound controversial, maybe I should start with this, data is not valuable in and of itself. You need to make it valuable, you need to interpret it, analyze it, and do something with it for it to have value. And that requires broader infrastructure. So it requires, of course, technical knowledge and capacities, broader physical infrastructures and knowledge infrastructures, and that is not always the case. And so you need to invest in that. And in some parts of the world, there isn't equitable access to data and an ability for civil society and researchers to make use of data for health, for reasons, and in other industries and sectors as well. So that needs to be addressed. So let me stop there, and I'm happy to pick up some of those points later.
Thanks so much, Sheetal. That was a lot that you managed to pack in the small amounts of minutes that we've allotted you. But thank you for bringing it full circle of making sure that we know why we want to talk about data and really what creates the value of data. Linking it back into what is its potential, but also reminding us that we need to commit to making this work and making data usable, and making sure that it respects all kinds of expectations that we have to it, and that includes really having everyone around the table. Thank you for that. So now with these reminders of what is the value of data and what are the commitments that we need to have in place to make use of that value, I want to turn to my next two panelists and talk a little bit about the risks that we face if we don't do that, if we don't make these commitments. So Raul, Nena has mentioned some of the developmental risks here that we are facing. But what is your perspective sitting at the helm of ALAI and some of the risks that we might have from an economic or governance perspective if we don't make these commitments?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to speak at this panel with so distinguished colleagues. I was thinking I like the analogy of Nena that with the aviation system, and I was thinking that I have suffered a few flight cancellations in the last few months. So maybe that could be the equivalent to internet shutdowns. But I think that many people speak about say that we are living in an economic database economy, and I think that this is not totally true. It's not completely true. So we are living in a database society, not everything is based on that data, as Sheetal and Nena said before. And is all every public and private services that people access to are based on data, and I'm speaking about health services and government services, but also marketplaces and e-commerce and everything. But sometimes we think that is only that data is only a problem that has to be with has relation with internet platforms or marketplaces, but data is everywhere. So that's the reason why we need the data to flow almost freely, and to enable that those services are available for everybody and create benefits for everybody in the world. And obviously, there are rights to be protected, and so I agree with Sheetal about the human rights approach. This is very important. And this is why we need legal frameworks to ensure that the data transfer and data flow is secure, and create the conditions for that safe data flow, but not the contrary. That's the objective of the public policy. That should be the objective of not to block the data flow, but to create the safe conditions, the appropriate environment for ensuring that the data is being available in the way but that is needed, but protecting the rights of the people. The free data flow should be the norm, not the exception. To ensure that the data flow, the secure flow of data is important to have. We need to have good local policies, but also interoperable and regional and global approaches. What we are witnesses is that there are different kind of policies that imposes restriction to the flow of data, and so creating restriction for people to be benefited with the digital development. And sometimes are very specific policies, like data protection policies, that when we discuss, it's very common that there is that people misinterpret, policymakers misinterpret what is an international data transfer, for example. And that some people think that is like a box with the data that I'm sending through DHL to somebody else, and so we need to block this kind of transfer, except that there are agreements and consent from the people. But for example, think when we are coming to Japan and we are trying to book a hotel from my country, I book a hotel in Japan through a platform that is incorporated in a country in Europe, but is using a payment platform that is based in the United States. And so the data is flowing through companies, and that are based in different jurisdictions, but it's always a part of the same contract of services. So and it's difficult sometimes to explain to policymakers this concept, and so based on good faith, but trying to protect the rights of the people, but so sometimes the policies imposes restriction to data flow. And we are dealing in this, at this moment, we are dealing with this, exactly with this case in at least 3 countries in Latin America. But sometimes it's other kind of policies that has nothing to do with, apparently, with data transfer, but policies that deal with at the infrastructure level, or even taxes or content moderation, or law proposals that include the possibility to block applications in some conditions, and so that's creating a very fragmented internet. And it's clear that a fragmented internet is the perfect scenario to block the data flow, because it's impossible it's like to cross a river without a bridge or without a boat. I think that's one of the problems that we have to work, or one of the challenges is we have to work much more with policymakers, and trying to get to achieve a better understanding of those concepts, data flow, fragmentation, but we have also to work with among all stakeholders, not only with governments. And we need 2 more points. We need models to evaluate and to analyze the impact of proposals, policy proposals, data flow, and fragmentation. And I think that's the last one, is we need a strong commitment among all stakeholders to not promote policies from each stakeholder group, or to not promote policies that potentially could lead to fragmentation just because this is aligned with the interests of one specific group. So I think that's, those three points are what I leave for people to for feeding the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Raul, and thank you for noting that very complex policy space. And really, what we have to take away from it is to look at policy measures and our thinking around data, but also other matters that might impact data in a holistic fashion, in an ecosystem view, to make sure that we hear from everyone and we don't inadvertently have consequences when we don't intend to have them. Still on this topic of trying to figure out some of the risks that we are seeing around fragmenting the policy, technical governance, economic space around data. And turning to Carl online to share a couple of his thoughts on what are the technical risks in fragmenting the policy space around data governance.
Thank you very much, and first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to this panel. I regret I'm not able to be there on site, but I'm really looking forward to the conversation here and also to follow the rest of the discussions this week. I think kind of a useful starting point to think about data flows and conversely the risks of technical fragmentation is to kind of recognize that when we talk about the internet and why it's been so successful, it doesn't only come down to kind of specific technologies that you might hear about. It doesn't only come down to technologies like packet switching or even the internet protocol. It really also includes how you make use of those technologies, how you puzzle them together, how you operate them, how you allow them to evolve and so forth. So, one of the reasons why we're talking about internet governance, for instance, and the importance around the management of the DNS or IP addressing or the value of open standards development is that they're not just sort of quote unquote nice to have, they're really kind of intrinsic to this model of networking that we have in the internet and what's made it so successful. So that's also why at the Internet Society, we tend to talk about the internet exactly like that. We talk about it as a way of doing networking, that it's a model of how you do networking. And seen from this perspective, the internet has some networking features that in themselves kind of contribute to this operationalization of cross-border data flows. And they're inherently linked to principles. So from a technical point of view, these principles help ensure that you have an infrastructure that is extremely accessible, that it's extremely efficient in terms of expanding connectivity and by extension data flows, both within and across borders. So for example, a very kind of simple principle in the internet, but that is extremely efficient, is that let's say that you're a new network that would like to join the internet, then all you really need to do is to negotiate an interconnection with one other network that is part of the global internet, and that allows your network to also be part of the global internet. So it's kind of this magical feature that you only really need one interconnection to one network, and suddenly you have connectivity, global connectivity to everywhere in the world, and by extension, data flows all across the world. So that's really important principle in the internet that sort of help operationalize global data flows. But another important piece of this is that the internet is built to evolve. It's really good at adapting and evolving over time, and this really comes down to this principle about using open standards and having an open architecture in the internet, because you can kind of upgrade the internet over time. You can take bits and pieces of the internet and you can improve them without having to tear down the whole thing and build it up again. No, you can sort of upgrade bits and pieces of the internet along the way as you see the need evolve. And we've actually seen this important principle play a big role in ensuring cross-border data flows with trust specifically. And this relates to what happened about a decade ago when I'm sure people are familiar with the Snowden revelations and the revelations that brought awareness to systemic surveillance of internet communications. And as some might remember, this provoked like a very strong reaction from the internet community in all parts of the internet community, of course, but including amongst governments that wanted to restrict data flows across borders. So for instance, there were some governments at the time that even wanted to prevent traffic from traversing networks in the United States and to interfere with a routing system to prevent these cross-border data flows. Now, of course, this also provoked a reaction in the internet's technical community that took great efforts at strengthening the internet and to prevent these types of attacks on the internet. And the IGF even adopted some new guidance in its standards development processes, where pervasive monitoring of this kind that was revealed in the Snowden revelations is to be understood as a technical attack towards the internet, and that the IGF community should try to mitigate those types of risks in the design of protocols. So this was kind of enabled through this open architecture because the community could upgrade the existing technologies by adding security, notably in the form of encryption, to ensure that you could have a greater trust in data flows and notably cross-border data flows. Now, the reason why I'm sort of bringing up these two cases and the links to these principles is that we're seeing threats to the internet right now, which they could result in internet fragmentation. They're targeting precisely these two principles that I just mentioned, the internet's accessibility and the ability to facilitate these cross-border data flows, but also the ability to secure data flows through encryption. So on the one hand, for instance, we see an extremely worrying trend in countries like South Korea and the EU and India and Brazil, where there are policy discussions about imposing regulations that would require online services to pay large telecom operators a so-called network usage fee. So this would in effect be a new form of termination fee that would be imposed on the network. And not only would this, of course, violate net neutrality, the principle of net neutrality, it would also sort of undo the fantastic progress that we've seen in many of these countries over the past decade in terms of promoting safeguards for the free flow of data through net neutrality rules. But importantly, it also kind of violates this important principle about the internet, about the reachability and the accessibility of the network. And for those who haven't seen it, I would really recommend the Internet Architectural Board actually wrote a contribution to the EU's consultation on this topic, highlighting exactly this and how these types of regulations could violate these principles around accessibility and cause internet fragmentation. But we're also seeing, of course, on the other hand, this threat towards securing data in transit. So we see a very worrying trend where governments are now trying to prevent the use of end-to-end encryption, for instance. So the very technology that kind of helped enable continued cross-border data flows in the wake of the Snowden revelations is suddenly under threat and at risk of being outlawed in some jurisdictions. So it's not hard to see how this would impact cross-border data flows, where the technology that enabled continued flow of data in the wake of a harsh attack on the trust of the network, namely through surveillance, how the prohibiting of such use of a technology and the prohibiting of an open architecture, in fact, would in turn translate into limiting cross-border data flows. So I think when we're talking about kind of policy frameworks for the future, we also must recognize that there are existing ones that we should also highlight and that are important to preserve, like net neutrality, for instance, but also that there are principles in the internet around this open architecture that are extremely valuable to also have recognized. So that's why we at the Internet Society also advocate for this idea of doing impact assessments, kind of to what Raoul mentioned, where you would take a look at the internet, kind of what you would do in the environmental space, but you do the same for the internet, and you think through what are the consequences of some of these policies and what policies are actually helpful in terms of facilitating cross-border data flows. But I'll stop there, and I'll hope we can discuss more of this later on.
Thanks so much, Carl, and thank you for taking us down to the basics of the internet itself and the technical functioning of the internet, and reminding us that we really need to take this ecosystem view in which all stakeholders or sectors of industry and really all actors, policymakers, and all of us around this room need to think about what is it that we're trying to achieve, protect, and how we're working around those, not to create consequences that none of us were intending to do. So to make the bridge really between now, we've talked a lot about the value, the risks, what is it that we do to make this workable, and bridge the conversation from here into actually operationalizing the FFD. Let's talk a little bit about these elements of trust that you've all sort of kind of referred to already. What is it that we need to have in place to mitigate some of these risks, and how do we move forward really to have those trustworthy environment that enables the data flow. So to start first on this, I'm going to turn to some of our industry speakers. Dave, how do you see this from the Microsoft perspective, and what are some of these causes and drivers of risks that we need to think about as we aim to build trust?
Thanks, Tamaya. So I sit on Microsoft's law enforcement and national security team, which is the team at Microsoft that receives just over 50,000 requests from governments each year from around the world, seeking data pertaining to well over 100,000 users. And this work, handling third-party government requests for data, it is often at the center of this trust discussion, as we've already seen a bit. And technology providers, for better or worse, are often at the center or the crossroads of this debate between security and privacy generally. And we do play a public safety role, I think an important one. Governments need to obtain certain data under appropriate circumstances to investigate serious crimes. I think most folks agree with that. We also play, I think, also another important role as kind of a fundamental guardrail to ensure that requests for customer data are lawful, compulsory, and are consistent with fundamental rights, including the right to privacy. But this balance between privacy and security is often in tension, and I think that's what often leads to a lot of mistrust. And to be blunt, really the fear of government access to data has emerged as a pretty significant threat to data free flow with trust. And the reactions to that mistrust ultimately threaten the foundation of the internet itself. I mean, the World Wide Web now is governed by a web of often conflicting and increasingly restrictive laws. Whether these laws are motivated by legitimate privacy concerns or legitimate sovereignty concerns or competition concerns, or a desire, as was mentioned before, to kind of maintain access to data in a country, either through data localization or attacks on encryption. The rules that govern lawful access to data around the world are increasingly resulting in a more fragmented internet. And that presents some pretty significant risks, many of which have already been discussed quite thoroughly on this panel and at IGF and across the world. The loss of connectivity and leaving people in regions and countries behind and out of the digital transformation is probably the most significant one. The undermining of the global digital economy and the trillions of dollars in trade that's at risk, also very significant. Some risks of fragmentation are probably less discussed. The risk to public safety, most serious crimes have some connection to the internet. And governments, generally, if they are, rights abiding and rule of law governments, there's a legitimate need to seek certain data under appropriate circumstances to kind of counter serious crime. And cybersecurity, that was mentioned, I think, Tamaya, you mentioned that at the outset. It's not often discussed, but the fragmentation of the internet is essentially putting blinders on to certain portions of the internet that cybersecurity professionals who are trying to detect and counter sophisticated cyber attackers aren't going to be able to see what's happening. And in fact, at Microsoft, I think it's over now, 40 trillion signals a day through the kind of a global threat landscape are analyzed every single day, trying to detect the cyber threats and tell our customers and users if they've been compromised and prevent that compromise from happening. Well, again, when you put those blinders on, it has a pretty significant impact on cybersecurity. But in my view, this perceived tension between privacy and security, which is at the heart of this mistrust, is in many ways, in important ways, exists more in theory than in reality. And I say that because when governments sit down to discuss these issues related to lawful access, and these are tough issues, but when they sit down and they actually talk about what they do, they tend to agree. And they tend to agree on some of the basic rules of the road. And the OECD process, I think, just proved that. So the OECD process, which Japan was a major driver of, bringing together 38 countries in kind of pursuit of data free flow with trust. 38 countries sat down and they brought in their privacy experts and their national security and law enforcement experts. They talked about what they do. And they came up with multiple principles from legitimate aims. These authorities only can be used in pursuit of legitimate aims. They cannot be used to suppress dissent or go over after people because of their race or religion or other protected statuses. Prior approval, oversight, transparency, redress. The governments tend to kind of follow, rights-respecting governments tend to follow the same principles when seeking access to data. And this could be a blueprint for promoting the free flow of data generally. We ultimately need more than shared principles. We need binding agreements, and there has been some progress in the last year on those as well. Data access agreements, the US has been negotiating several with different countries, including one in negotiation right now with the EU. Along with the EU-US data privacy framework, also important. Last year's signing of the second additional protocol by over a dozen countries was a kind of a significant step forward, but looking ahead, we still need a lot more. It's clear we need interoperable, multilateral frameworks that reflect kind of the nuances of this debate. And frameworks really that recognize, again, the legitimate need for governments to access data, at least certain types of data for public safety. I don't just work on policy at Microsoft. I'm in the compliance business as well, and just since sitting here, I've received emails and alerts that there have been emergency requests coming into our team. We have a team that staffs those 24 hours a day, every day of the year. There's a legitimate public safety need to respond to these kinds of requests when they're appropriate. And significantly, the need for broader inclusivity, because a lot of those agreements I talked about are essentially transatlantic agreements, and that leaves much of the world out of the picture. So that's one big area of need. And a framework that kind of reflects that trust is earned. For data to flow freely, there must be adherence, again, to rights protective standards and the rule of law. And that is really at the core here, because if you're not respecting the human rights of all of the users, then that framework is woefully inadequate. So much has been accomplished, especially over the last year, but much more remains to be done.
Thank you so much for that reminder and setting out some of the goals that we should be striving to. You've talked a lot about, we've all talked a lot about data, haven't really made a distinction between data that is personal, data that is non-personal. There are obviously very different risks attached to either or the other, and then neither of those are really monoliths in themselves. So there's a lot of nuance to unpack here. We won't endeavor to do all of this in this panel, but I will ask the next two panelists to focus on some of the different elements of this. So Marit, I'm turning to you next. As we're talking about the trust that we need, what is it that we need to attach, what are elements of trust that we need to attach to global data flows when we talk about privacy protection and protection of personal data?
Okay, so thank you, Tim. I'll try and respond to the exact angles that you're asking, but thankfully we also have Jakob after myself, who can maybe then complement. So maybe I'll just frame a little bit from the telecoms operators' point of view, because indeed we heard a lot of things already, and many of the buzzwords were already mentioned. But if you think about data traffic, of course, I mean, all this data traffic is really underpinned by the networks, and who runs the networks? Well, it is the telecom operators. So, of course, for the companies that we at ETNO represent, this is really the bread and butter of our everyday work. And there's a lot of innovation happening at the moment, a lot of things changing in the way of data traffic patterns, etc. So there's a lot of talk about virtualization, cloudification, 5G, and all of this is great. But what it means that the way that data is moving in the networks is changing. And also the fact that now data is being stored, not so much in the center, but more on the edge, means that the linkage between the device and the edge computing, that is also becoming different. And Then, of course, with all of this, we also need to look at the cross-border collaboration aspect, as data, of course, needs to move globally. So in order to provide telecom services at a global level, operators need collaboration with vendors, with partners, with different kinds of providers. And in fact, with this virtualization, the role of these third-party providers just increases. And then if you add on top of that, I think it was Nena who mentioned AI, IoT, that are these new technologies that are really powered by troves of data. So then we are really looking at more and more traffic, and also then more and more kind of cross-country traffic. So then moving to the policy framing, and especially the privacy issues. So in the past years, and I guess the European Union in a way was a kickstarter here, because the GDPR happened, I think it was 2018, and well, for better or worse, you may argue, we don't want to be judging here, but well, this new framework provided stability in Europe, but also then made somehow a global model, if you like, for a regulatory framing for privacy issues. And of course, there are different variations, but there was a kind of a wave of other regulatory procedures and processes elsewhere in the world, in Africa, South America, Asia, etc. And while you may say whatever you like about the privacy regulations, I think that one thing is clear is that these new regulatory developments actually have improved trust and confidence among citizens. And we should also keep in mind that, of course, the internet is only used for as long as people feel that it's trustworthy. So there is a, you know, we are trying to find a balance between, on one hand, innovation and the economic activity, but also then with privacy. And it needs to be a balanced approach. And this has been traditionally, of course, a European point of view. But we also think that that could be interesting to other parts of the world. And then, you know, if you now think about the regulatory discussions that are happening, well, very much here in Japan as well, but elsewhere in the world in parallel on artificial intelligence and data governance, there is, in our view, also need to establish common bases to promote some kind of regulatory coherence and simplification on a kind of global scale. So I think it's maybe not realistic to say that we will have exactly the same thing everywhere, but that there is some level of interoperability between regulations, so that we actually have a kind of a functional regulatory framing for private sector parties as well, and for businesses. On the internet fragmentation, there was already a lot of talk. I mean, you know, just maybe to say and to link back to these policies that, well, if you look at it only from that point of view, you can of course say that there's a risk for fragmentation with these policies if everybody, you know, implements a different type of policy. But then we should keep in mind, as I already mentioned, that these policies also often have a positive impact on the internet, for example, increasing trust. So we should be a little bit, you know, mitigated the way we look at these issues, because they often have two facets. Of course, I mean, going into Carl's comments on open standards, I mean, I think many people and most people agree, and us included. I mean, this is the starting point for an open internet, and there is no need or you know, it would be risky to start meddling with that. Then we can look at commercial practices, which is often debated as well, and net neutrality came up. I mean, again, Europe, I mean, it's one of the few places where we do have a regulation on the open internet, which ensures free flow of traffic, and this has been the case quite a long time now. And well, now we hear that the US is again starting the discussion on that same topic as well. So there can be also business practices, I guess. We talk sometimes about walled gardens, you know, this type of environments that also could then cause fragmentation on the either connectivity side, but also on the content side. So then looking at the, you know, way forward, and Timea, you mentioned at the beginning some keywords, and I have to be boring, but only to agree in that we also believe that you know, the kind of good balance, and whereby we promote innovation and including things like global digital commerce, However, then we also kind of keep the rights and values in the background is best achieved through a regulatory framework that is horizontal, so not sector specific, flexible, interoperable, and also technologically neutral. And as already as well said, so we need to also then see how we can promote cooperation and broadening of the jurisdictional horizons in order to make sure that the interoperability then factor is well, somehow well, clearer and also practical. And from a European perspective, of course, so just to go back to David's comments as well, so the European policymakers have started agreeing, making loads of data, kind of data free flow area agreements between several countries, not only the US, but also Japan and South Korea. And from private sector's perspective, this is really great because it provides regulatory certainty. And we would also then encourage our policymakers in Europe to expand these agreements and make sure that they also then come to the other parts of the world, such as Asia, Latin America, and Africa. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Marit. And yes, I don't want to repeat your points because we agree on a lot of things, and time is also short. But I will turn to our last panelist for this segment, and we're staying in Europe. We're actually moving to Europe because we're going to have Jakob join us online. If you'd like to build on what Marit said and what Dave as well, on building these elements of trust, and maybe if I can ask you to focus a little bit of non-personal data transfer sharing and the flow of non-personal data, and what are the elements of trust that we need to attach to that. But of course, feel free to, as Marit set you up, to add to whatever the points that she said earlier.
Okay, thank you, Timea. I hope you all can see and hear me and the internet is working well. I really liked how Nena set the stage with her airplane flight routes introduction, and I'd like to come back to that maybe occasionally in my next 5 minutes. Just to say, first off, I think this whole panel shows that we all agree that data flows are super important to tackle some of the most pressing challenges today, be it environmental, economic, health, safety, but also economic challenges. I think Nema said money needs to be made and is being made with data flows. I fully agree. The question that I would like to raise, being also an operator that is very much European-centered, but also has a global footprint and being present in the US, is the money or is the data flow fair distributed today in our internet ecosystem? To start talking about data flows, I think first we need to take a look also at the internet ecosystem of today. The free flow of data has for long been the very essence of the internet. But I would also say it's safe to say that over the past years, this architecture, in our view, has also changed quite fundamentally. And these changes have also an impact on the way data is being used and transferred. What do I mean by that? And I give you an example of the US, where we are present on both sides of the Atlantic. When you look at today where global internet traffic runs, then it's almost 70% running through the proprietary networks of a few companies. These companies have actually gradually expanded their own private infrastructures, their terrestrial networks, their backbones. You could basically more or less say they are like a private airport, while telecom operators are the public airport. And the difference is that the public airport is subject to a lot of rules and regulation, while the private airport doesn't have the same regulation, although we are all basically huge airports connecting the world. And this is a disbalance that I think needs to be taken into account when looking how data flows are today globally flowing. Second, when it comes to the distribution of global data flows, and again, here, taking the EU-US example, we are our largest partner when it comes to data flows, but the distribution is unfortunately rather one-sided. So it somehow seems the planes from Europe are flying across the US, but they're somehow not coming back. Over 90% of EU-based companies send data to the US, and that is great for the US, but it's not so great for the competitiveness and innovation that is happening in Europe. I'm just describing a status quo. I'm not saying where the flaws are. But that's a fact that I think needs to be taken into account when we're talking about data flows being an economic driver. We just see it's rather one-sided than reciprocal. And then I would like to come to what Timea asked me to answer, which is the notion of trust. Of course, coming from Europe, trust and security is essential, and there is no and there should not be any data flow if trust and security are undermined. We have seen that Europe has over the past years developed quite a dense regulatory framework to ensure that citizens, public bodies, but of course also companies can rely on the protection of their data. And what started with the GDPR and the protection of personal data is more and more moving now also towards safeguards for sensitive non-personal data, trade secrets, intellectual property, such as by the recently adopted EU Data Act. And we welcome that because, trust for companies is not only perceived to lie within personal data, but of course also non-personal data. A good example where you could clearly see that there's globally, I think, a need to balance legitimate security concerns with the flow of data is the recent, what is it now, the fourth attempt to have a stable US-EU privacy framework agreement so that companies can exchange data based on an equal level of data protection. I think that's something very welcome from a perspective also of a European company, but I think now it is very important that the implementation of this framework shows its teeth, that, for example, the restrictions to the access of data by security and intelligence agencies on the US side is now really happening based on these agreements. And by that, I think we can see that there is a balance reachable between legitimate security concerns, but at the same time also the free flow of data. And then let me move lastly to the area of cloud, because I think Margaret said it before, the whole internet, the whole economic activity globally is moving in a virtualization, cloudification atmosphere. And if we're looking at the cloud policy that is happening at the moment in Europe, some might say, well, as David said, this could lead to fragmentation. This is, rather almost protectionist what's happening because data flows are being restricted. There is localization happening, but it's happening for a cause where we believe this is actually not against the free flow of data principle. It actually provides the security and trust that is needed so data flows are happening. What do I mean with that? If you look today at the concerns of European businesses, almost 70% of cloud users consider that access to their data from outside of Europe is a risk. And that's why they are not putting their data enough in the clouds of cloud providers. And that is not, again, because of personal data only, but also because of industrial non-personal data. And so in our view, it's only consequent and right that data flows here are restricted and localized. That is what the EU Data Act has been aiming for, and that is also right now what the current discussion around cloud certification security scheme is aiming towards. So by that, increasing trust, increasing security, and by that, in the end, ultimately leading to more global data flows, not less. So again, I think it's not about, nations like the European Union trying to somehow take a step in the different direction, but it basically follows the need for more trust and security when flows are happening. So to sum it up, I think it's vital that we, on a global level, have a common approach to data flows, but building trust requires addressing an uneven distribution of data flows, as I described it. It also means the changed nature of the internet architecture needs to be taken into account, and also the need to ensure that effective protection of data, be it personal or non-personal data, is happening where it is stored and where it is processed. And by that, I think we all aim for the same goal, enabling data flows with trust. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Jakob, and thanks for bringing the points really full circle in pointing out that fragmentation can happen from very different aspects, but also if we don't step up our game and set policies that enable trust and policies that enable secure, trusted data flows, then we are going to end up in a situation where we have a patchwork of regulations that actually go against the purpose of why we wanted them in place in the first place, which is to enable digitalization, to enable data flows that drives the development of our societies, of our economies, of our personal developments that we all strive for. We have gone a bit over time than what we planned for this first part of the panel, and we did want to give some time for the audience to ask questions. I've received 2 questions online, and I'm sure there's some in the room. So while those of you who might want to have a question, put your hands up or start lining up at the microphone, I'm going to ask the panel the 2 questions that we received online. One is about security, and one of our question askers is asking how we can ensure a state-of-the-art security to protect user data. And the other question is really around safety, trust, security, as well as how can we make sure that we don't end up with one specific group or actor or stakeholder taking control of data, and what are some of the checks and balances that we can have around that. So as people in the room think about if they want to ask a question, I'm going to see if one of our panelists might want to respond to some of these questions around security. Anyone online? Shita.
Okay, I was just saying, I think Carl made a good point earlier about security and how both technical and legal measures are required to ensure that data is kept securely. One of the technical measures is encryption, and whether it's data in transit or data being stored, it is really an integral part of a security infrastructure for data. And what we are seeing, I think that you spoke to, Carl, is, and others here, is a misalignment sometimes, unfortunately, of different attempts to address different issues that are actually quite connected, or because they're not aligned with a human rights-based approach, end up doing more harm than good. And one of the ways to address that is to definitely ensure that engaging with all stakeholders and doing and using tools like internet impact assessments or human rights impact assessments to assess whether proposed measures are actually going to achieve the intended effect or not, and what other options there are to proportionally and actually do what is intended, instead of perhaps with the aim of providing more safety. In the end, you actually create more insecure technology. So that I think was a key point that was shared earlier, and hope responds to the question.
Thanks, Shita.
If I may, Timia.
Yes, please, Nana.
Yeah, on the second question of preventing biases and prejudices, I think that globally we have this, I don't know, I'm trying to use a word that is contained, a diplomatic word. We kind of beat our chests. We have this auto-glorification of saying once the EU framework and the US framework agree, then the whole world agrees. I think that is not correct. The US is 300 million, the EU is about 450. That's 750 million out of 8 billion. That's less than 10%. And I do not think that we should follow in this very particular way. We should follow the way we do international travel, having London, Paris, and New York be the hub of our lives. I think that we should fight against. The future of the world is in Asia. The future of the world is in Africa. Humans are the people who create data. And I think that my own plea to ICC is that as we go ahead, we need to be mindful of the fact that EU-US does not mean global. That's just my point today. We've been doing it in travel. We've been doing it with visas. We've been doing it in many other flows. We should ensure that the internet and free data flows should not be an EU-US issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Nana. And I think we have a good a testimony to the globality that if you would see the people who are lining up here to ask questions from the panel, I hope that they will bring in some of that diversity of points of view that you're asking. So I'm going to ask all of you to put your questions up. I hope you will be brief, and then I will ask the panel to try and address them collectively. So I'll start here, then I go there, and then we go back and forth. Please.
Right. Okay, so I'm Daichi. I'm operator of the local IXP in Japan. So I would like to ask an opinion about authority to verify the data flow or data itself is trustful or not. So if there is a possibility to establish new authority to verify the data flow or encryption is correct or not, so I would like to confirm this.
Thank you. The gentleman over here.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Javier Ruiz from Consumers International, and I think that Shital was mentioning some of the results from our meeting yesterday with several consumer groups from the region and elsewhere. I think that the question that was raised was about what happens, not just how we send the data, but what happens afterwards. And I think for consumer trusts, in the trust in the DFFT, one of the things that we are finding is that consumers want to know that they can actually get redress if anything goes wrong, that it's not like a fire and forget, which is what we see, unfortunately, in many situations when we look at data-free flows. So I was wondering, how do you see this redress working? And when we talk about operationalizing, how can we operationalize the redress in a way that generates consumer trust?
Thank you so much for that. Jimson.
Okay, thank you very much. Great panel. My name is Jimson Olufui, Africa ICT Alliance. We have a comment and a question. The first comment is with regard to the influence of GDPR with regard to data flow. And as Nena said, data flow is not just about GDPR or EU and USA. But what we are seeing now is that the whole world is following the footsteps of EU in that regard. But we need data flow for business. I'm from business, so we need data flow, interoperability, and then some form of cost control is very necessary. But EU should set the lead if they want it to be free flow indeed. Then the question, that is to Pedro. See, I want to ask you, how do you cope with accessing data? That data in the UIS, UIS now based on GDPR is closed, okay? And how do you access it concerning your need for intellectual property protection and attacks and what have you? Thank you.
Thank you, please.
Thank you. Masanobu Kato from Japan, representing a private sector. And well, since we are talking from the private sector ICC point of view, I'm just wondering if you have any ideas from business side to have a good solution on this. We talked about some commercial solutions which may not be working right now, and encryption is another technological questions which have some issues, for instance, for neutralities and so on. But in Japan, I heard in some debate recently that the trust service can be a solution, well, maybe a local solution, or could increase more localization. But there's some thinking of this kind where you can, commercial sector or business sector can make an actual proposals. Are there any such activities or any initiatives at an ICC, or you have some ideas about this? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, madam.
Hi, hello. Berna Akçalıgür. I'm an academic. I have a question regarding telecommunication systems. So a few years ago, the deployment of 5G technology led to a global crisis. And then we saw some submarine cables being rerouted or some submarine cable projects being canceled. And then recently we saw that certain countries would not authorize satellite broadband services by Starlink, for example, because it's a US company. So my question is, do you see the data flow with trust schemes also intensifying these geopolitical tensions regarding the global telecommunications infrastructure?
Thank you. Thank you for that. The gentleman over here.
Hello.
Sorry, we're just alternating microphones, so we're going to go here first, and then I'll turn to you, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Shota Watanabe, working for a Japanese think tank, and my question is, which forum would be better for operationalizing DFFT? Because there are so many forums discussing DFT. For example, Prime Minister Abe mentioned World Trade Organization when he started DFFT, and then we have a lot of other organizations such as OECD, which deal with like government access declaration, and the recent establishing, the Japanese government is now plan to establishing IAP as a new forum. So what kind of forum would be better, and for how can we avoid the the duplication of the debates among these forums? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, sir.
Hi everyone. This is Narayan from Nepal. So when we talk about cross-border flow of data, it's very difficult to have some homogeneous regulation, and we have to think about the some common standard and principles in this context. Do you think that, like our title, we should have some single free institution or forum, as he said, which should work on this common privacy, security, and intellectual property sort of things? And if not, how the countries, developing countries and economies like US, EU, and Japan should collaborate and work with the developing and LDC countries? This is my question.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone for asking your questions. It's really great to see that in this huge room, all the input of our panel was not lost, and it's really interaction. It's really strange looking at it's such a big room, but I'm glad that you're all here with us and engaged in the conversation. So we've heard about 6-7 questions here regarding, how do we make sure that the trust is enabled with the right authority and clarity on who can access it and who can't. Questions around redressing, having redress mechanisms for any violations of rights. Questions on how do companies cope with such a fragmented environment, especially when they are required to provide that data for public safety reasons. Questions on how do we find commercial solutions? Can we find commercial solutions on these challenges? Is there geopolitical tension that risks to be heightened? Is there a way to, which is the best forum to address some of these questions? And how do we include LDCs, LLDCs in some of these conversations? So as I'm going to ask my panelists to share their final remarks from this conversation, I'm going to extend the 1 minute that we gave you to 2 minutes and try and pick your question or pick some of the questions that were asked, and then perhaps leave us with a lesson that you think we should learn from today's conversation and the global state of play around data governance. I'm going to go on in the order that you all have spoken, because some of you have been silent since you first spoken. So I'm going to turn to Nena first, if you want to pick 1 or 2 of these questions and share your last remarks.
Thank you, Timia, and thanks everyone for your rich contributions. I would love to speak to the duplication of forum and where we should be having these conversations. Conversations are a great thing. Normative conversations are great, but legally constraining conversations are more important. So my answer to that question would be, let's have conversations in multiple places. Let's have normative certain conversations at global level. But when it comes to decisions, let's make them firm so we can hold stakeholders responsible, and that rather that this will be done at a global level, most preferably under the UN umbrella, because we've seen things. I'm speaking as an African, speaking from West Africa at this time. I don't think OECD should be the place to hold conversations that will be of global constraining value. So I'd rather that the WTO, the UN, and its related agencies be the places where we make these decisions, even while we have conversations. I think that is why we come to the IGF. That will be my submission. Conversations must continue at global level, at regional level, private partnerships, national levels. Let's have these conversations. Even within civil society, we have human rights issues that we can reflect on, think tanks, but then when it comes to global decisions, let's make them at UN level. Thank you.
Thank
and
you,
have
Nana.
a great evening.
Thank you so much, and enjoy your rest of your day. Thank you for being here with us. Shita, your takeaways and maybe some responses to the questions we've been asked.
Thank you. Just to respond to the point about where to have discussions, I think as Nana said, they are being had in various places, but not everyone can access them, and not everyone understands or is engaging with the different ways that these conversations intersect, whether they're around e-commerce, trade, and data flows, or data protection, and the standards that protect data, the technical standards. So there does need to be much more, I think, openness and engagement from a wider range of stakeholders in these spaces, not necessarily the creation of new forums. And what I would say as well is in relation to whether it's protecting personal data or non-personal data, which as we heard earlier, both obviously require strong levels of protection. What we would like, I think what we need to see and what we have in some cases is legal frameworks that provide for that. We need to see them implemented, and to respond to the point about remedy, we need to see what is provided for, the rights that are provided for example, in legal frameworks around remedy actually implemented, and a leveling up, but leveling higher, I think, to higher human rights standards, or to human rights standards across the board, and that will allow for the trust, which was, we've been discussing, to manifest, because if we have those high standards across the board, across jurisdictions, that will support the trust and enable free flow. And then finally, to that point that I made earlier about the importance of ensuring that we have the broader infrastructures in place for people to make use of data for more equitable access, which is particularly important as we're talking about artificial intelligence and harnessing that. Fundamentally, that's about data processing, right? So the ability to do that requires a wide range of capacities, and I think we need to pay attention to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shita. Raul.
Thank you very much. I think that's in his intervention, Jacob brought some new issues to the discussion that probably we deserve an entire session to deal with. So I will just refrain to a few comments. But as I was going to say exactly what Nena said before about the fact that the war is much more than the United States and Europe. And I understand that in some cases the players, the holders could feel that there are unequal relations, but the history is plenty, and is still, unfortunately, plenty of unequal relationships between countries and regions. And coming from Latin America, I think that's our relation with the history of our relation with Europe is plenty of those cases. And while that some people could think that there is no protectionism in some measures that are being discussed or promoted in Europe, being seen from outside of Europe, they look protectionist. And this is exactly what I say before when I say that we have to be careful that in good faith, when some stakeholders try promote policies that in their views are good for fixing market failures or problems, we have to be very careful with the consequence that those policies could bring to the whole internet, not only for one country or one region. So that we need a strong commitment among stakeholders that we will defend and work together for a not fragmented internet. I agree very much with what Marit said before about that the good policies bring certainty to and more security and trust, and I agree very much with that. But the problem that we face is that not all the policies are good, and not all the proposals are good. And in regions like Latin America, where we deal with many different jurisdictions, more than 30 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean together, and so every country promoting their own different policies, we have to be very careful because the risk of those policies creating chaos or negative impacts instead of certainty is very big. And coming back to the European thing, that's that the one thing that we live in Latin America is that there is a huge trend to copy and paste policies from Europe, policies that could be good for Europe. I'm not arguing against that. Not necessarily are good for Latin America, and I guess that same happens with Africa. But with Africa, I don't want to make opinion on that. So we need more work among all stakeholders. Try, as I said before, try to promote the discussions about the concepts of fragmentation, the importance of data flow, and need to make the policymakers understand what is in risk in the policy development that somebody they are not aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. Just mindful of the time, we have about 8 to 10 minutes for the rest of the speakers, so I do encourage you to try and be short with your answers. We've had a lot of engagement from the floor, and that is always good, but we need to manage the time as well. Carl, over to you for some last considerations.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it short, but I wanted to address something that I think addressed some of the questions that we received from the participants, or I think help address some of those questions, and that goes to really highlighting the importance of encryption and the continued support for the use of encryption, because a lot of the questions that I heard about, for instance, data localization or the physical infrastructure or restrictions on interconnecting physical infrastructure, a lot of those challenges you can kind of resolve by allowing data to be encrypted, because it takes the locality or the importance of locality out of the equation. So for instance, I'm sitting in Switzerland. If my data is here in Switzerland unencrypted, then it's much safer on the other part of the world, other side of the world, if it's encrypted on that other side of the world. So locality and sort of safety is not one-to-one when it comes to data, but it's rather making sure that you have the technical means to secure the data, like encryption, that is so important, and that also allows us to have this global network if we can actually secure the cross-border data flows. The other thing I wanted to address was the question around which fora to talk about this. And I think to Nena's point, to ensuring kind of inclusiveness in these discussions are really important. I think in that regard, it's important to consider that all of the fora that we can think of have some form of barriers to participation. So I think it's important to actually allow these discussions to happen in multiple forums. And I'm not too worried about duplication of discussions as long as there is a path to a shared discussion. And I think the IGF system is actually quite good in that regard when you look at it in terms of national and regional IGFs that then sort of is met with the crescendo of the global IGF every year. So I could see the IGF structure coupled with other forums being actually very useful vehicles for facilitating those discussions. And then finally, we had a question around sort of principles in thinking about this globally. And I think there is a principle that I know being used in both the environmental space, and I know it's used in security, which is that you should think globally but act locally. And I think that's a really good motto for us as we're thinking about addressing these challenges, that there should always be a global perspective in what you're doing, because the thing that you're working with is a global infrastructure. It is a global society that we're trying to interact with. So to think globally while you're doing these things locally is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Dave.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I know addressing at least the one question that was addressed to me. How does a provider kind of operate and comply in this like web of conflicts of laws? I think is a really important question, and one of our kind of like fundamental principles is that we should not be forced to violate one country's laws in order to comply with another's. That's just a really critical point, and there's obviously a lot of concern about US laws in our world, and understand that. One thing that's fortunate about US law is that it does account for the ability to challenge a demand where it conflicts, where there's a true conflict with another country's laws. It's called a comedy challenge, not the kind that makes you laugh, but it ends in ITY. And we do report every 6 months on all of the cross-border requests that we get. That's something we include in our transparency reports. And I think that transparency generally is kind of the path toward accountability across the board. And ensuring that users are notified when their data is requested, ensuring that everyone understands what authorities can and cannot do, and ultimately either the government or provider community putting out statistics every 6 months or more often to kind of show what is actually happening can dispel a lot of concerns and myths. Really quickly on the appropriate forum, certainly we need broader participation. The OECD did get some things right, and then they brought a lot of people to the table that haven't sat at that table before together, including privacy voices and data regulators, DPAs, and law enforcement, national security folks, with some input from civil society and business. I think we need more input. We also need more multilateral agreements generally, because if you start counting up how long these bilateral agreements take, it will take years to cover all of the countries in the world unless we start going more multilaterally. So that's one of the, I think it's time for the governments to kind of start rolling up their sleeves and get to work on that.
Thanks, Dave. Marit?
Yes, so maybe I'll comment on the question on the geopolitics. I mean, it appears that geopolitics is the flavor of the day a bit everywhere, not only the telecommunications sector. We may talk about electronic vehicles or other things. There is a little bit of this at the moment in the world. What I would like to emphasize, though, is that from our perspective as a private sector, association representing the private sector, it is a very thin line between promoting competitiveness of a certain region and being outright protectionist. So I think that it's a very fine line to walk. And for like any industry or any private sector organization in this, in this globe today, most of us do need a global market for some purpose. And I was in the beginning making comments about the increasing third-party engagement for cross-border data traffic, for example, with the new developments in the telecom industry. So, so I think that that's good to keep in mind. Maybe just quickly on the institutional framing. It's good to have discussions. It's good to see how we can develop these common principles. And here I'm not trying to push for any European model, but there are then regions such as Europe who already have regulations in place on many of these things, who are first movers, whether it's good or bad. So it's also then very important from our perspective not to duplicate or create something, that will be then another layer on top of it. But if it's principles, if it's things like that, I think, can fully endorse that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marit. Jakob?
Yeah, I very much like what Carl said. Think globally, but act locally. I think that that is the vision for for every local company in all our nations. But if you want to incentivize these local companies to place their data, for example, in a cloud, as I said before, share it, let it flow globally, then you need to give these companies also assurances that data cannot be accessed. And David highlighted it. I think there are conflicts between different laws at the moment that make it very difficult for cloud providers to really adhere to one or the other. But in the end, they need to. And so the solution at the moment that some nations are going is to say, well, let's find frameworks that for highest sensitive data prevent data access. And if that means that only a local cloud provider should be the main company dealing with the data, then that is the solution that at the moment is working. I think coming back to Raul's point, of course, I'm very much looking at the EU-US focus, but you're fully right. And that goes in the question of global fora. These rules should, if possible, be harmonized as much as possible. And there should be fora where governments get together and really outline what they are doing. Because rules on foreign ownership, data localization, I talked a lot about Europe. These rules exist in the US as well, and I'm sure they exist also in other nations. So I think coming together, making kind of a mapping and best practices of what is happening on the legislative side across nations, not only in the EU, US, should be the way ahead. Because in the end, ultimately, both consumers, enterprises, and companies like such as myself want legal certainty. I think that's the most important. And if we get that by harmonizing these rules globally, then we can also enable global data flows and not only local data flows.
Thank you so much, and thanks really for being here. We finished almost on time. All that's left for me is to summarize, which I won't do because we ran out of time. No, really. Just to note on the account of last words, some of the things we were talking about how we operationalize this concept of data free flows with trust, and I think we drew out quite a few good lessons here that are worth mentioning, even if it's just telegraphically and without really any effort here to be comprehensive. The value of partnerships you've highlighted, the value of having all stakeholders at the table, which includes making sure that forums are open for stakeholder participation and for that global inclusiveness that we all talk about when we talk about data. It also needs to happen at the policymaking level. When we are talking about technology and how technology can actually help in some of these issues, thinking about encryption, and thinking about transparency, thinking about interoperability, both at the technological level, but also at the levels of policies. When we think about what are good regulations, what are good policy principles upon which we start acting, you've all mentioned, again, thinking interoperably, having a risk-based approach, creating safe spaces for dialogue and for sharing best practices. And then when we talk about the role of business, I think it was very clear not to put business at the middle around some of these ping pong of jurisdictional, legal, policy conversations, but really make sure that business is at the table, that all stakeholders are at the table, and we think holistically and in a multi-stakeholder fashion about the normative principle-based conversations, but then make sure that those trickle down at the local level into clear implementation, into clear capacity building. So that's what I really captured, and it's really a telegraphic summary. There's a lot more that we can say about this. There's a lot of resources that we put onto the website of this session, including some of the ICC papers, but also a number of the papers and reference material that speakers have mentioned today. I do encourage you to take a look. We're still here until the end of the forum, so come to the ICC Basis booth and find us, and we can share some of that with you as well. So I wish you all a good rest of your debates, and a huge thanks to my panelists, both online and here on the panel. Thank you, and have a great rest of your day.
Nice to meet you. Are you around still? Yes. Attending ICANN and things like that?
Not ICANN.
Not yet.
ICANN not anymore,
IGF only.
but all the rest of things, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Are you going to the
Well, at least in person. Well, I guess yes, in person. I don't. Have we not? Were you not at IGF in Berlin? It's been like years. Yeah, but I think we've been. Since you're here, I just wanted to see if you wanted to find time to grab a coffee or something. Yeah.
Tomorrow afternoon is a bit better than morning and
Let me you on WhatsApp. Do you
US.